More light. Not enough light. All of the light. Hello. And again. And again. Welcome. Indeed, this song is a bit of a thing. Truly. Truly. Yeah. Hello. And again, welcome to Mogumog Peanut Zero Hirem double underscored Takeda Harunobu. Again, welcome. Hello and welcome. Lucky Bear Thing. Hello and welcome to L:Q. Another coding, maybe? E? Yeah, apparently that generates 2 notifications. Apparently, clearly. Thank you much for however that worked. Hang forward gift subs or whatever. I think. Yeah, apparently it's like something. It's like something. Bing Chug's Migs. Surprised. What is happening? Did you accidentally click the follow button? The unfollow button? Forget to click the follow button? Maybe? I don't know. But welcome. I was like, you've been here before. I recognize that one. Which is indeed the L:Q. The scroll. We need to maybe say hello to the panda from Tekken 8. Or maybe we shout out the L:Q. These are both very these are very good options, yeah, maybe. Which has been weird, strange. That would be very strange. Very strange. I've never seen it, like, unfollow people before unless they've explicitly, like, I don't know, tossed you out or something. Seems rare. So, yeah, I have no idea what's going on with that. But again, welcome. A stream or two ago, I introduced this, like, new ticker thing at the top of the screen here. Originally, it was just going to make it like, what's it called? An OBS text item. Just manually update it. But I started adding a bunch of stuff to it because I'm like, oh, maybe I'll stick like news or updates to things that like I recognize. And I made the text box too long. And I'm staring at it and I'm like, it's not showing everything. It's cutting off at some point. So I took my code that I wrote a long time ago for like a dynamic HTML version of the ticker. And I was like, this is just CSS nonsense. This will never do. So the independent blinking. Like so? Yeah, I just do that. I do that. It very accurately traces my winks. I do that in real life. It's freaky. Freak people out. I don't remember if I used to do that unintentionally or not. I think it's actually something I sort of ended up doing intentionally, to be quite honest. There's at least a couple of practical use cases for it. In fantasy settings. In real world settings, though, not so much. Anyways, this ticker thing. Also, hello and welcome, Cobra Chicken. Yesterday I wrote this new ticker. It's web-based. It's HTML and JavaScript. Actually, very surprisingly little JavaScript. Very little HTML. It's amazing what you can actually make it do with like a very simple algorithm. And it cycles through a bunch of like text elements in a page. So I put like some, I don't know, observations, sort of news items up in there. Which is something that I've sort of wanted to do for kind of a while. But never had an excuse to really get around to doing until now. Knives of Iraq. That's a name. Hello and welcome. So yeah, now we have a ticker. A slightly more intelligent ticker that's easy to extend easy to expand. A more refined ticker for the modern age. Maybe. Hello and welcome to Azrael IO. It's actually been like sort of like on my to-do list for I don't know how long, kind of a while. And now, here we have it. It exists now. So I put some stuff in there about a couple of other streams that I watched recently, like within the last week. Put some stuff about what I've been up to. Maybe. I don't know. We might tweak it. We might turn it off at some point if I run out of things. I don't think that I will run out of things. Possibly not. I was thinking about like putting numbers up there as well. You never know how there's like, what's it called? Like stock tickers or something like that. If I run out of like random news stories, we can always put like numbers, stock ticker style, in the ticker. Speaking of the L:/Q, like one idea that I sort of had for it was the so there was this plan on the L:/Q stream about making a stream currency exchange, and I wanted to like actually, if that ever ends up existing, I was gonna like pull data from it and then put it into this ticker. So yeah, but I think by the assumption of it, I have some time. So I probably have some time. However, we do have another source of numbers. Like we do have like the prod zpod API for like clonk spotting, and I was thinking of like pulling from that and then having like a rankings delta. I think that's probably going to end up being the first like actual numbers integration for it. Welcome to Ziposaurus. We've been doing the Unity. They want VR chat club. I've been in some of those before. They don't understand that this thing takes time and is constantly pressuring. To the point where you are the last 3D dev on the project. Oh my. My. Very true though. Very true though. Big projects, like, especially like artistic projects, they take time, they take effort. You kind of have to like make these things, and then you might encounter something that just isn't right, and then you have to go back and tweak things, and then you have to go back and fix other things. Sometimes a lot of backtracking gets involved, or Other times it could be like motivation or burnout. Very Swedish. That would be like, I don't know, more complicated. Because then you're not only putting like a big project, you're also putting a language barrier. I could see how that would end up frustrating or difficult. There could also be, like, on the other side, the flip side, maybe expectation bias. Like, it's also very much possible that the other person doesn't really actually know how long these types of things typically take. So they might have unrealistic or exceedingly exceptional expectations. Language barriers. I'd probably agree. It is actually quite possible to, like, cross the language barriers nowadays a lot more than it used to be. But still, there are the whole nature of expectations. There's a lot of expectations. Especially if you're, like, contracted to work on something. Not technically minded folk. This is definitely a crowd that I've encountered. Like, yes, it is true. You can, like, make things. You can make a lot of different things. But there's, like, a complexity cost involved. Some people don't realize what the complexity cost is. It's very high, sometimes. I think this is also not just like the complexity cost isn't even necessarily something that is exclusive of, like, non-technical people. I have known very technically minded people who've had very unrealistic expectations of projects. Sometimes, what would you call that? They know enough to know that it's doable, and it might have some technical aspect behind it, but they might not realize just what that technical aspect may be. Very significant. This is even sort of maybe slightly leaked into my stream a little bit from time to time. A very, very, very incredibly, very common theme. Like, for instance, one of my systems is very much full of, like, legacy, old software. And it runs a big portion of my streams. And, like, there have been a lot of discussions about how to replace it. But, like, it's not simple. Zero progress was made? Yeah. Keeping Avatar updated with features. I can't even say that I do that. All the different flavors of, like, the Maisaka Avatar are kind of like older versions of VRM or something. And upgrading does not seem necessarily, like, as plausible. Yeah. You've been prismed. You've been prismed all the way into becoming green. I'm gonna put a backdrop behind myself. Cause why not? Very yeah. Very yeah. More AI? I don't know. We might not show some AI for a little while. I've been busy, I guess. Some people still don't believe what we do. You can move your whole body and your fingers and your face and your eyes. Your pupils are tracked. Gasped. Did you know that the pupils, the Maisaka, those are tracked? I have individual, like, blinking tracked. My eyebrows get tracked. I have some nice, delicious coffee. Sorta. Can use the OSC. Very tracking. I was actually thinking of doing that for the what's it called? The arm hand tracking kind of thing. Because at a certain point I was trying to work on getting, what's it called? I was trying to integrate the leap motion device that I have. It's like an early version leap motion. And I was gonna try and make it track my hands. But I could not work out how to do the transforms for it, like the inverse transforms. And then I was also having a lot of issues like finding a physical location for the device where it would get reliable enough tracking. Because it's like, I don't know. My hands are not very visible in the space. And there's not a whole lot of place for me to like physically mount things. Like maybe I could put it like on the ceiling or something above me, but then it's like, well, then where do I put it? I wasn't rewriting the software. Like, I downloaded modern versions of like the Leap Motion SDK from their website. Like, they just have this stuff. And then, like, it just works on Linux. But, like, it kind of gives you the... It gives you a bunch of, like, absolute coordinates. In the form of, like, quaternions and, like, position data. But in order to feed a, like, model tracking, you have to make everything local coordinates. And going from, like, absolute quaternions to, like, local coordinates is kind of difficult. Like, you have to do this in a very, very specific order. And, like, I was not doing it right. And then on top of that, I would have had to figure out, like, how to make it relative to the model, and then I'd have to make, like, some thing that would let me, like, reset it or something. And it just turned into, like, this huge chore where I couldn't, like, visualize what I was doing. So I tried to build a visualizer for it, and that kind of didn't work out very well. I am not flattened anymore. There. See, I see how I can, like, move the eyebrows? Tracks those? Or I can gaze left and right. It tracks my pupils and where I'm looking. Or I can wink. Tracks my eyes separately. I don't know, that still catches people off guard sometimes. They see me, like, glaring off to the side. Pupil size. I've seen people mess with that. I don't know if I track that or not. Coffee is hydration, right? Right? I do have like a whole bunch of like, what do they call them? Emotion hotkeys that I just never press intentionally. Those are something else. So I'll press one of the hotkeys by accident because they're global. And sometimes you use them in other applications locally. And then I'll just end up with a silly expression on my face, like, how did that happen? Hello and welcome to Arctic Strawberry Fox. I feel called out. Because my, like, character is an Arctic Fox type character. Like this colorful highlights on the ends of my hair. I don't even. So welcome, welcome. Camera resolution. Beware the camera resolution. For anyone curious, the camera that I have runs at like 720p at 27 frames per second. You have to go? Well, I appreciate you stopping by. Visit again, maybe. I still very much want to get, like, better camera. But also, I think there's a fundamental limit with the camera. Also, like, why is it 27? Why can I not get more? How? What even? I've tried before. It doesn't work. Finding, like, good quality cameras with decent, like, refresh rates is a surprisingly difficult task. I've looked around before. It's just damn near impossible to find anything that will do 60 frames per second. Let alone a solid 30. And all the gods in the universe help you if you want something that goes over that. Like, this should not be a difficult thing. But it is. Why? Why does it be like this? I don't know. I don't know. But, yeah. Finding cameras. 60. I want like 60 frames per second for a camera. So I can feed the video feed to like maybe some tracking software. And I'm like, well, I would prefer if I had like something that's USB, because having more capture cards is kind of like out of the question. The Sony ZV-1. I have not heard of this. Not at all. Links are typically allowed if you've got like products or something. Information. Useful-ish information. Spenny. Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing. This number right here? $750 for a camera? I mean, cameras are not necessarily the cheapest thing ever, but like... E. Very E. That's slightly what we would call E. I could maybe like get most of a computer for this kind of cost. Which would probably be a lot more featureful, or like add a lot more to the stream than like any single camera could. Like, I've seen whole entire embedded computers that I could probably slap a bunch of cheap webcams into for less than that. That would probably offer me way better tracking performance. Which honestly, that might be the way that I go if I go getting anything. But yeah, mobile phones are like really capable. Very, very E. I'm going to be right back. Not necessarily for the minute of ads, but to close my door. Again. The good old ads. Oh no. Maybe. I feel like you just sort of maybe unintentionally broke so like automatically scheduled ones somehow. Eek. Slightly eek. Because it's like telling me they are going to run automatically again. Oh yeah. Sometimes I think that I should just like change the ad thing so that it runs as infrequently as possible. Of course, this is difficult. It's kind of difficult. But it definitely happens quite a bit. How often? How often? I want to say that it's approximately every 46, maybe 47 minutes. Roughly. I basically said I want the like 2.5 minute ads, and I want like the bare minimum to disable pre-rolls in like the ad manager thing. And it seems like it runs them every 47 minutes. Give or take. So in 46 minutes and 43 seconds from now, it's gonna try and run them again. And if you try to, like, what's it called? If you try to manually run them during a scheduled ad break, then it doesn't work. So I made the redeem like queue up. Like if it's not able to, it will like wait until it's able to and then run it. So I don't know. It's definitely a bit of a thing. Kind of not a huge fan of it being a thing. What do we make? Well, I mean, the like automatic running of ads. This is just like a Twitch feature. But then like the redeem that uses like the Twitch APIs. So I like have some script that like watches the events and like inserts delays. Lots of like stream automation stuff, which is honestly kind of amazing in a way. I kind of like love having stream automations. Now, are we? Well, I mean, I'm a little bit... I don't know, I felt a little bit tired for a good portion of the day. But also, I guess I was otherwise pretty good, I would say, maybe. Maybe? Sometimes it's easy to, like, fall into, like, sick? We're not sick. What would give you such an idea as that? Well, very E. Just tired often. Sometimes I think I have like allergies to something in the air. Because, like, I'm usually kind of congested in a way. And that's sort of been bothering me a lot the past couple of hours. The English. The Nihongo. The Ohio. I know, like, a certain amount of, like, Japanese. So, like, I don't know. It's okay if you're not, like, having super huge long conversations. But I don't know. If it starts to get like 3 or 4 sentences deep, then I'm like, I get concerned. Twitch no serve? Twitch no serve and? My Twitch no serve ad? I know kind of a lot of, I'm actually not gonna maybe say that I know like a lot of like kanji. But like I know enough of them. Like for instance, when we're on the desktop capture, up in the right corner here, if you're like at 1080p, for example, might be able to see like my clock date time up here, and in the corner there are the kanji for the day of the week. And I love using these. And I love referring to the days of the week by like their kanji name. So, yeah. Dates and times? That's at least, what, like 9 or 10 kanji that you need to know for all that? I'm a fan. It's kind of to the point where, like I've messed with like some of the configuration before, and I've had like, I don't know, the like English, or what is it called? The like Roman names or whatever they are. The like 3-letter acronyms. And I'm like, I prefer the kanji. Like, not even kidding. I prefer using the kanji for the days of the week. To this point where, like, I deliberately custom configured my clock to display it. That would be all of them, yeah. A month, I don't care about. I don't know if I care about the names of months as much. So I just use the numbers. When it comes to months, I just use the numbers. And I put them in like this year, month, day style that's like, I forget what it is, but it's like a standardized format or something. Very standardized format. But yeah. Also, I like how Sunday is like the symbol for sun, and Monday is the symbol for moon. That tracks. Very fun. Then we got elements: water, fire, forest, gold, earth. Only the master of all four elements, the avatar, can truly tell what time it is or which day of the week it is. Lunes, Luna, lunar. Tuesday, Martes, the sea, the sea, the sea, the sea, not the sea. Getsu. What's a pirate's favorite letter? Well, it's definitely not E, but it might be R. R. Hello and welcome. Was I a woman for Women's Day? Maybe. In the Eastern, like, countries, they call this, like, Ladies' Day or something. A Mario Day. March IO. March IO. New domain dropped. Lots of good stuff happens in March. Like we have Pi Day coming up. '14th, Pi Day. Getsu, Tsuki. The readings. Readings are very important. Very, very important. Favorite pie flavor? Very, I might have to say apple. Like, it might be kind of boring sounding, but, like, apple is actually pretty good for a pie. Very delicious. Although, like, sweet potato pies are also pretty good. I'm a little bit indecisive on that. Suppose it depends on what mood I'm in for. Delicious apple crumble. Delicious raspberry pie. Raspberry pies are pretty good sometimes. I don't have them too often, but they're a contender. The lion. If there's one thing I'd be a lion, it's a lion in bed. Sleeping. Okay, maybe that's not the best joke. Savory. What about a delicious meat pie? Pot pies, for instance, are pretty good. I used to eat a bunch of those. Just like chicken or turkey pot pie. Pretty tasty. Pizza pie? We have pizza pie? Is this topical to like Mario Day? Get the pizza pie? Honestly, with all the rain that we've been having so far, feeling like March is trying to steal all the showers. Like, for real. For real, for real. Not the June bugs. Anything but the June bugs. Anything but the June bugs. I've encountered like lots of bugs before. It's not great. Finance? Does the finance interest me slightly? I would say maybe. Like conceptually, it's got some. I don't know. There's like some interesting like statistical things that are interesting related to finance. Stream token exchanges. Token. Token. Are you talking like something like crypto tokens, for example, or something else? I mean, honestly, like, I used to be very sort of like interested in like the the technical aspects behind like cryptocurrency technologies. Um, and also like sort of like I guess like some of the practical use cases of them. But also like I feel like there's a lot of things in the crypto technology world that's like very like not well understood. Like for instance, a lot of people like way overhype the concept of like the non-fungible tokens. And I'm like these are useful, but they're not something that you should be making a huge deal over, I think. Like we have a lot of like modern non-fungible things. Like for instance, the real world has things like land title deeds, for example. And you might consider that slip of paper, that title, that deed, to be a non-fungible item that could be technically traded in a way. And like in a regard, that's sort of like how this kind of stuff exists. And I think it's a better analogy than like what most people think. Like, have you ever seen those um I don't know, those like the monkeys or like the kitties or whatever, or like the other like graphical token representation things? I think those are like the wrong kind of selling point for like crypto technologies, for instance. They're interesting. Some people go crazy over that stuff, but it doesn't market the technology well. The line. What are we referring to here? Cryptography? Or cryptography? A very fractional shares of things? Calling unordered map a hash map would sort of imply implementation, but it is a hash map? I mean, yeah, kind of. Kind of. But it's more like C++ refers to things, the containers, kind of like by their, um, kind of about like by their guarantees or something. It has the hash arguments, E, kind of, sort of. Like, it would technically be fair to use like an ordered map as the backing implementation, or an unordered map in a C++ standard library. should you choose to re-implement the standard library. But why you would choose to do so is a little bit, I don't know, nonsense. So yeah, maybe the C++ implementation or naming of things doesn't make sense. Because it does kind of sort of imply an implementation and kind of sort of not imply an implementation but uses an actual, I don't know. A C++ is what we would like to refer to as like kind of a mess of a bit of a mess of a language. Most of the finance world using COBOL. You know, there's a reason for this. Because once upon a time, the biggest player in like accounting and like computing equipment, IBM, built a standard line of computers that all ran like a unified operating system. And they promised basically like that this standard would be like forward compatible. So more than likely than not, these systems running like COBOL are probably like high performance IBM mainframes running some flavor of like System 360 or something. Which is built around the IDE that you can run COBOL on them. And they continue to support them because there is a lot of friction to like replacing these things. It's very non-trivial. I mean, in a way, you kind of have to have a platform built around COBOL. Like, it's not entirely necessary, but like, the software was sort of like built on top of the platform. And the platform has like existed with like a very specific operating system to support like continued like what you call it, operating system level improvements. The actual like code, the language, as far as I know, hasn't changed a whole lot. The stream has died. Twitch be weird like that. I didn't get any problems on my end, so this is something with either Twitch or your internet. More likely than not. I think Cat is requesting me grant more food. cat is always requesting that I give food. Constantly. Eek. It's not much eek. Let's go back to one of these title screens. Title screens, yeah, that's what we're gonna call it. Decal type. Bar, outer. Decal type. Value type. Key type. Inverted. E. Redirect. Not the redirect. Not the typos. Decal type is definitely, I don't know, a bit of a thing. A curious thing. Could make some, like, fairly cursed things. I'm pretty sure it ran something. Whether or not you actually get any ads from it is sort of like another matter. I definitely saw it run. It triggered stuff. That wasn't the normal one. That was the redemption. How did you do that? Carefully. Extremely carefully. But also, kind of have to be kind of like, I don't know if I quite get it. Like, what are we trying to do? Like, figure out. What are we trying to figure out here? Like a reverse mapping? Is this what we're doing? From the values back to the keys or some such? Create variable with the same class, but change the template argument. Without knowing the exact class. I mean, I don't think you need to put the, like, decal type thing around value type and, like, key type. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know if there's, like, an exact way of, like, convincingly doing this. Like, you almost have to special case it in a little bit of a way, but, like, it shouldn't be that terribly difficult, I would think. You might have to, like, put the type name keyword instead of decal type, though. I don't recall entirely. Preferred paste? What do you mean by paste? What do we mean by paste? Paste in GitHub. I don't know, like, I haven't had to use too many of them. Typically, like, if I have anything of, like, a significant length, I will either, like, I don't know, I would probably reach for GitHub, but, like, I don't care necessarily what others might be using. Like, for instance, sometimes I've, like, had large quantities of, like, text, and I just put them on, like, Discord of all things. Other times I've used, like, GitHub. Pastebin is sort of like a bit of a classic that I've seen. I don't know that I've seen too many people use other things unless they're like custom. Like I've seen people like host stuff on their like web servers or whatever. Weird meta programming. I don't know. Like when it comes to meta programming, there might be a way of doing it. But it's probably not. It's probably not what you want. It's probably something that would look kind of, shall we say, hideous in practice. Like, if I sat down with like a C++ compiler and like the reference, I could probably figure it out. But I don't know if I'd want to. Like, I have made some very convoluted stuff using the template metaprogramming before. Some very cursed looking stuff. But it always makes my head hurt trying to figure this out. And I would almost assuredly say that anything that I write down is probably not going to be very properly accurate. Or it might not actually work. Like, once there was a time when I built, like, a ton of... What was it? A bunch of, like, enable if functions that would, like, conditionally disable or enable certain functions based on, like, the size of one of the built-in types. You know, kind of crazy stuff. But, like, I don't know, it gets to the point sometimes where it's just like, why are we doing it this way? Because at some point, it might actually just be easier to, like, lean on one of those build systems. Sometimes. Other people have gone out of their way to, like, build custom reflection systems. Or just define a bunch of types. That's a possibility. Like, maybe you just have, like, some structure somewhere. And its sole purpose of existing is just to, like, remap something to a different type based on, like, its template parameters or whatever. Sort of like meta configuration or meta standards. Template KV sorted. Conditional sorted. Map KV. What type? Sometimes you have to put type. Depends on what the structure is. But typically this is often the case. Sometimes you also have to put, like, the type name keyword in a few different places because, I don't know, some compilers don't like it when you don't. But that's less of a frequent thing. Sometimes. C++ is such a mess. Such a mess. I have more issue. We must have all of the issue. All of it. We need the hash equals. You need less? Somewhat? Somewhat? Luckily, I think I'm gonna be in, like, Rust lands today. So I don't have to think about C++ template meta programming for the time being. You don't the Rust? Rust is, shall we say, kinda alright. It's almost like it's, I guess, a bit more refined than like C++ or C. But in terms of like functionality and features, it kind of almost feels like it's somewhere in between the two. It's kind of weird. Like, Rust feels higher level than like C++. And in some regards, it's like almost as powerful in a lot of ways as like C++. But there's also stuff about Rust which is just like simplicity to the point where it's a lot more simple than like what C++ offers. Are we trying to run ads during the ads? Can't run ads during the ad breaks? So now in like 8 minutes, the reward queue is gonna like pop the redeem, run the minute of ads that were just redeemed. Please look forward to it. Gasp. So in a lot of ways, like, Rust has, I don't know, it has a lot more like powerful macro features. And it also has like sort of some kind of like template language almost. The template language in Rust is more like trying to, I don't know, it's trying to solve a different problem than what C++'s templating language does. So it's not capable of doing everything that I think C++ could do. But it is nonetheless fairly powerful. It's kind of like more of a logic engine of sort. Where it's just trying to like solve everything. Make everything self-consistent. I don't know. I don't know. The actual Rust language, though, seems kind of like a pretty decent level of simple versus complexity. I'd probably say the only major contender, though, would probably be, I don't know, Zig? I have to try Zig at some point. Because if you consider, like, Rust to be, like, modern-ish language replacement for C++, then Zig would be, like, the modern-ish language replacement for, like, C, or at least they have that sort of same relationship. Like, it almost seems like Zig is to Rust what C is to, like, C++. If this makes any sense. But, like, at the same time, these are, like, very, very different things. Is it possible for someone to embed code into custom Unicode functions? I don't quite follow what you mean by dictionary. Because it almost sounds like you're trying to reverse engineer something. Without saying that you're trying to reverse engineer something. Or you're trying to make something do something that it's not necessarily intended to do, but could maybe do. Which is sometimes fun, but it's other times maybe not so much. Kicking apart LLM, taking it apart. How does one take an LLM apart? How do you take it apart? It's kind of nonsense. What do I want here? I want memory. Memory. Not enough memory. Let's see, I think I was trying to build state block, I think. There's that redemption from earlier. This is supposed to be, what, 8192? I said it would take a while. What's this? Deserialize. Not a full minute. I mean, you might not get like a full minute. Because even if it's like established to run for a minute, according to like the API, it might not run an actual minute. It kind of depends. Why would we jive with a language named after the brown corroding metallic substance? Corroding metal. And maybe we are eroding at the expectations of language naming conventions. I mean, what are we supposed to do? Come up with more letter names? Like, what kind of name is C, for example? They picked C because it's the letter after B, which is a programming language. But the language B came after BCPL, which is like not even. Oh, wait, why? I don't even know if we have a language that's lettered like A, for example. And the thing is about C++ is that there's another step in the middle there. Like before C++ existed, you have C with classes. And nobody that I know of programs in C with classes. And that's its actual name. C with classes. There is not a language called E with an exclamation point, but there is a language called E, capital E, without an exclamation point. It's kind of like long dead and slightly abandoned, and it was like written in Java or something. I looked this up once. It kind of almost exists. Kind of a thing. C with classes. This is often how they teach C++, but like there was an actual language called C with classes. And this is different from like Objective-C, which, mind you, is yet another flavor of the language. You know, I almost think that like C with glasses, E without exclamation point. I almost think that it's maybe slightly better in a way to learn C++ without the standard template library. Because then you like actually learn the language concepts itself, not necessarily like how to use the silliness and weirdness in the library. Because if you think about it, like, the standard library in C is kind of a huge mess. And it leans heavily on, like, a lot of the language concepts. And if you're not familiar with the actual language concepts, a lot of the standard library is kind of nonsense. Like, it takes a huge advantage of overloading of operators and, like, implicit constructors of objects to, like, make a bunch of, like, meta something or other. Not the 5G. I mean, you could go audio only. Not programming a whole lot. Or you could go, like, super low res. Maybe. This is possible. Because let's face it, I'm kind of just been staring at this thing. Poking it out. The move? I don't know if they had move in, like, 2010. Like, the C++11 concepts, I think were sort of, kind of being planned out. Like, you had that weird C++ OX standard thing floating around, but, like, I don't think anyone used that a whole lot. But then again, I don't know, because I wasn't paying attention a huge amount to the landscape of C++ software in that era. Back then, I was required to know a lot more about Java, because, like, my profession back then required it, and significantly less so about C++. So C++ was more of, like, a hobby for me back then. I mean, it still kind of is, but still. But still. I was working on a C++ project, and they switched to, like, C++11, and they started dumping, like, R-value references and move constructors and move assignments all over the code, and I'm like, I don't know what this means. I can write the syntax for it. I can make the thing sort of work, but I don't know what it means. It took me forever, it felt like, to actually learn what this was all about. It was such an incredible paradigm shift. It's like you take the entire C++ language, and then you table flip it, and then it spills all over the place. Because I was not familiar with, like, any of this. It's on the right side. Yes, yes. This is truth. It is a value. A value. A value that may or may not exist in a place, but is generally assumed not to necessarily exist for very long. But once upon a time, like this whole notion was foreign. Was very foreign to me. Because if you imagine, like, what would it be? 14 years ago? 13, 14 years ago when I encountered this stuff. I was largely only familiar with, like, C++ 97, I think it was, which didn't have any of this. It was only like L values, and I didn't even know at the time that they were called L values. I was just like, oh, these are references. Oh, these are pointers. Simple, easy, to the point. But no, not simple, not easy. There's more to it than this. Also, once upon a time when I did take like a C++ class, which was a very long time ago, they kind of just leaned heavily into like using the like STL classes for like doing IO. And it's like, here's your C program, and now you write it like this for like C++. And I'm like, what does all this funny syntax mean? I mean, I already kind of knew C++ going into it, but I'm like, I don't I don't think this was very I don't think it was very informative. So I guess in a way, like, to learn or to teach C++ is definitely like, I don't know. There's different ways of going about it. Different levels of doing it. Some perhaps better or worse than others. Just overload the shift operator. It will be fine. Wait, what does that mean? You don't need to know. It will be fine. Absolutely fine. Honestly, like, overloading operators is kind of a powerful concept. Like, you can do a lot with that. But it's also so easy to abuse this. And a lot of languages support it. I was thinking of like adding overload operating other way. Overloading of operators to like my programming language. The one that I have not worked on for I don't know how long. And I put that into my spec for it, and like sitting here now, I'm like, I'd probably do that differently. I'd probably still have it, but I think I would rename all the like operator stuff to be different. two-string operator overload, and then have the insert left shift thing call that? I mean, honestly, like, this is actually sort of like how Rust does it with their, like, traits system, where you can, like, I mean, actually, it's a little backwards, but, like, in a way, it's not. Like, you have an operation, and your operation is basically for, like, turning your thing into, like, characters or strings, and then writing them to some sort of output. Or writing them into some sort of string buffer. But whichever one you don't implement kind of like gives you the other one for free, basically. And I think that whole like implement one, get the other one free thing is sort of like a useful feature that I kind of wish C++ would employ. Like, for instance, if you have a library where you have comparison operators, so like you implement the equality operator, this should probably just like give you the inequality operator for free. I don't know if it does in a lot of cases. Like in C++, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Although you could typically implement it in terms of the other one. Most of the comparison operators can be converted in terms of like less than. This is actually kind of true. Like greater than. Yeah. Greater than or equal to. It's just like not the less than. Less than or equal to is just not the like greater than. I mean, hell, you could go all the way and you could be like, if it's less than or if it's greater than, then it's not equal. I don't know if this is like necessarily the best comparison operation because like equality might have some special casing around it. But you can do it. You could implement equals and not equals in terms of comparison, like less than operators, and it would work. But the other way around is not true. Like, you can't implement less than using equals and not equals, for instance. So I'm like, why don't we just have a thing that implements all of the comparison operators So you don't have to. I think Rust might also actually kind of do that. I think they call it. I think they call it ordinal. Ord. Which is essentially like this ranked comparison. I think that keeping equal and not equal mostly separate or opt-in is also kind of probably important. The spaceship. I mean, yeah, if you have that, that's essentially all the comparison operators rolled into one. Gives you equals, less than, greater than. It's a hop, skip, and a jump away from being like not equal than, less than or equal, greater or equal. Incredibly, incredibly useful. Very, very true. I entertain the confabulations. I don't know, this is sort of relevant. Oops. What did I do? Did I do something? I don't know. I'm confusion. Kind of felt like the music just suddenly changed, but then I'm like, wait, that's because it did. The song ended. Yeah. I'm not paying attention to it very much. No traditional computer science or coding. I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong with this. I mean, if you think about it, like, I had kind of a lot of, what's it called? A lot of informal, a lot of, like, informal experience with, like, programming. Long before I had, like, any, like, formal-ish attempts at learning anything. But when I tried to, like, take, like, formal classes, I basically just... I didn't learn anything, shall we say. I was like, I already know all of this stuff. And, like... So, in a way, like... if you can learn this stuff on your own, there's real benefit to it. Kind of like really, really. But like, I grew up around 8-bit machines that were like, you had to program them in either like BASIC or like just straight up assembly language. And if you grow up around this kind of stuff and you program in assembly language, then you kind of get an intuition for how the silly thing actually works. And like, I feel like that's something that's kind of not very approachable in the modern day and age. Like, someone showed up in my stream the other day and they were like, they were asking me about option types while I was working on basically assembly language programs for an abstract virtual machine. An abstract, like, low-level assembly doesn't have option types. Option types are like, they're sort of synthetic, if you will. They're like a higher order construct that like languages introduce, and they don't really exist at the machine level. Wouldn't art of balance the assembly? Don't know, I don't know. But like 8-bit assembly language, very simple. I mean, even some of the 90s era CPUs, like the 16 and 32-bit architectures that were on display, like 68,000, early ARM, early x86. These were like pretty capable things. A lot more approachable, I think, than like modern assembly language. But if you think about it, modern assembly language still has like, I don't know, there's still an air of like, you can sort of understand it if you like put in the effort. Like, the individual instructions are varied and vast, and there's a lot more of them. And now you have all these things like the SIMD operators, or like bit operators that did not used to exist. But even these are like not the most complicated thing ever. In place multiply and divide and add, these actually have sort of like they have a bit of an interesting semantic to them that is somewhat different from like standalone add or multiply or so on and so forth. Because you can technically add two different values together, two different types, and then you could end up having the result be like some kind of third incompatible type, which would definitely be different from like an in-place add operator. Why you would do this, I'm not entirely certain, but it's possible. More often than not, that's not really the behavior you necessarily want. Or you could end up with like, maybe you have a data structure, which is like, It represents a concept, and the concept you're representing is like not associative or like non-commutative. So you'd have to make sure that it's on the correct side of the operator. This is especially true of like 3D transforms or orientations and stuff. You will lurk. Have a good lurk. Thank you for chatting. So like, for instance, we were talking about quaternions earlier. Quaternions, you could use standard mathematical operators and like, they're not commutative. Like if you do quaternion math in a certain order, and then if you flip the order, it has a different meaning to it. There's definitely like an order of operations that has to be met. Otherwise, you end up with the wrong kind of result. Also, generally, it doesn't entirely make sense to like add a quaternion. I mean, you can mathematically. There's nothing stopping you from doing this. But like, it's not the most useful operation ever. But there are some values that like you can't do this with. I forget offhand what a good example would be. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know about like higher order, higher dimensionality things like this, but like I know that there's something out there that like you can't just add it and expect it to work properly. And I'm pretty sure it was like some sort of like, I want to say it was like some sort of like finite field modular arithmetic kind of thing. But offhand, I'm not entirely sure. Oh, here's actually something does come to mind. Floating point numbers. If you like have floating point numbers in computer systems, you have to add them a very specific way. Because if you don't like sort them by magnitude, if you like add them and they're of vastly different magnitudes, you can end up with a different result based on the order that you add them in. Which is cursed in a way. But like, and it's not necessarily because of like the exponent or mantissa, it's because of a concept called normalization. Like, in theory, you could make a register in the, like, CPU or whatever that holds enough precision to where adding them doesn't lose the, like, level of precision. But in practice, normalization typically happens more often than not. So your numbers end up getting truncated. Usually, which introduces this whole ordering requirement on floating point numbers. Somewhat troublesome that can be. Yeah. Very, too much, process, user. I think with like each of these like user objects, I think I want introduce more state keeping to it. Ow. No, ow. 16 bytes, a fixed point. I actually did this in a project of mine. I actually ran into a problem though, because I used this type of format for like a physics simulation. In the physics simulation, you would regularly have values that you have to square. And if you have the square of a value that is particularly large in magnitude, then like if it's more than like 4 bytes after the decimal, like if it's 5 bytes before or after, I forget which, then squaring the number would actually like end up truncating it. And then your physics would fall apart. So, in order to square these like fixed precision numbers, you actually have to make storage for the squared version like 32 bytes. Kind of large. Which you could do. This is allowed for a very special case. It's a lot of math operators, but like, yeah. This is something to take into account, is like whether or not operators that you apply to a fixed point value will exceed the boundaries of like the storage. So that's something to kind of consider. And it's also one of the reasons why we have things like arbitrary precision arithmetic or like extended precision arithmetic, which is like numbers that grow in capacity to like store these intermediate products, which you don't see too often. They show up a lot more in like supercomputing or like anything involving numbers that get really absurdly unmanageably large but need to retain their precision. Kind of rare in a way. And I will say, like, it's kind of fun to implement this sort of thing. Because the level of technology that you need to like implement to do arbitrary precision arithmetic is kind of not uncommon to that required to do like a floating point. So like if you're looking for a fun kind of computer science theory related project, I would say implement fixed point like mathematics. With like fractional parts. And then like try to make your own floating point type of implementation on top of this. It's interesting, to say the least. What are these? Rock? What the rock? A bool class? For signed by it? I mean, that's almost kind of like not unlike what a floating point number is. If you think about it, a floating point number is often like 56 bits of like precision, like actual number, and then you have like some odd number of bits. I think it's like 10. Maybe it was like 52. I don't know. I think it was 56. No, I don't remember this off the top of my head. But it's kind of like you have number. You have another number that says where the decimal point is, and then you have like a bit that represents the sign. This is essentially what floating point is. It's just like a packed version of all this stuff. On some of the older 8-bit machines, floating point numbers were like 5 bytes, where you'd have like this manteza, and then you'd have like an extra byte for like the sign and the exponent, just sort of off on their own. Which is definitely a way of doing it. One of the projects that I wrote was an implementation of like a special kind of floating point number system called POSIT, where the exponent is like broken into like a moving part and like a fixed part. So your exponents are technically variable length. And then sign flipping the number was done by like inverting the whole thing instead of just flipping it a bit. A very, very unique take on floating point exponents. And that allowed for like a variable amount of precision based on like the magnitude of the number. So you sort of ended up with like more precision more often than like a fixed exponent size of like the traditional floating point numbers. It was a very interesting system, and my implementation of it was also kind of, I don't know, it wasn't very good, but like it was fun to make. Because that was also my first attempt at like trying to make like a decimal to floating point converter, which, mind you, is like a very kind of difficult value to do. Representing money. If you're representing money, I'd probably say toss out the floating point aspects entirely. Just have like big integers. Big multi-word integers, especially if your number gets too big. Otherwise, you will have not so great problems. Cannot do dynamic allocate, then just make the numbers big. Like, if you have a 256-bit number, you can shove a lot of magnitude into that. And it doesn't need to be like much bigger than that necessarily. C++ wrapper around GNU multiple precision library. It's quite a thing. Quite the thing. 64-bit instructions as the I bit. I don't remember if you were... I don't know if you brought this up with me or not. This does not sound familiar, but I'm also forgetful. Kind of forgetful. Fractions? Why would you want fractions of pennies? Just pick whatever your smaller fraction is. Smallest fraction. Make that the ones place, and then work on it as if it's just a giant integer. Come up with a quanta. Set it to 1. This is the best way of doing it. It's essentially fixed point without necessarily calling it fixed point. For two 64-bit instructions as the I bits. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember anything about this. Like, at all. Where's that break screen? I'm gonna get myself some more water. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Shouldn't take that long. Shouldn't take that long, I say, in before I disappear for an eternity. Just kidding. Ay, ay, ay. I've returned. It's kind of like blam. I'm back again. Hello, and welcome to Astatine-chan. You know, I feel like we haven't, like... Maybe we have, I don't know. It feels kind of like it's been a while, though, since I've, like, given shout-out to Astatine. Maybe this is just me, but, like... Could be a thing. Wait, I got water. I can actually drink this silly thing. I've had like some what's it called? I've been like really, I don't know, I've been slightly more congested for the past day or two than I usually am. Like, I'm usually always congested to a point, but like the last day has been a bit more than usual. Other than that, I would say that I'm pretty good. Cause that's like, I don't know, that's one of those. It's one of those things. The congestion is something that comes and goes constantly, and I just sort of live with. So if I sound a little bit weirder or raspier today, abruptly for seconds, that's probably why. We have ducks in the background. For later. Because at some point I am planning on, like, taking a break. A very pre-scheduled break, mind you. Alright, let's see here. I was thinking about improving the size of the memory block. So that the virtual machine will have like more memory available per thread. And I can't remember, like, if we did this all the way or not. Let's do 16. No. Was it 8? Or maybe it's 16. Yeah. I'll do everything in hexadecimal. And then be like, I don't know. Minus CO. Well, that's definitely a bit of a value. $192. Which is significantly more memory than 64. By quite a bit. Maybe. Yeah, that's like 3 times as much memory. I almost wonder if, like, that's enough, though. Like, maybe there needs to be more memory. I don't know. Because as far as I know, I could still tweak this a bit. And I might do that. Like, I was thinking of making this upper portion of memory like some kind of bank switched thing, but, like, I don't know if I need to do that. I feel like I could just make a whole bunch of this into, like, a usable memory space. Like really, really. Like, maybe we just toss out the whole reserved area. Agent IO will get moved, pushed up against that. VM control IO can go down there. And this can go all the way up to 2. And then we can change the private area address wrapping to, like, go in between the two. So then this here can be banked private memory. Or whatever you want to call that. So then this is going to be the end of like the writable. Memory. So like I'm not gonna necessarily allow you to write. I don't know, I should have a better term for this. Hello and welcome to Jesus 8814. Let's call this like, I don't know, user. Or what do I call it? Reloadable. Reloadable memory. I don't know if I like that name either. From the memory map. Preloadable memory. It's a block of memory that can be written. Is it the VM code command? Or VM write? While the machine is not running, while the thread, maybe it's thread. Or maybe I just say it's writable through the commands. That might make more sense. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. We are really not quite sure. So, in order to make this work, with the like the banks of memory. We want to do FF minus 100. The 511. Wrong button. I'm gonna go back here. This one is 192 bytes of words. It's in words. This one is 512 words. Yeah, maybe we'll put it like that. Oh, yeah. So this should like grant an amount of memory. $64. Well, the way my machine works, the way this thing works is that every address is like a word. And I'm basically adding more words. So right now, the way I had it is that there are like 64 words which represent the registers in memory or in the like the CPU architecture, followed by like 64 words of like multi-use like program memory. And I'm going to make this like bigger. We're going to make it 192 words of like preloadable memory. So like what you can actually write to externally using like, I don't know, these data commands. And then there's gonna be like 512 words of like this whole like, I don't know, banked memory. So like that will be for storage or like pre-stored programs or like bulk data or something. This part down here. Then there's gonna be a block of IO space. Then you're gonna have like, I guess like, what would you call this? Like a view into like the memory of like another thread that you have access to. Which is gonna have like the same sort of structure as all this. Kind of. And then what I'm thinking is that we put more memory in between here before this shared memory area. Which can also just be used to like store whatever. So I think I'm gonna grab these little blocks. I'm gonna add everything from 8 to like FF or triple F. This is going to be like a range of memory. Is it M? And this is just like, I don't know, I might call this like volatile memory. A volatile memory area. Maybe that's the way we go with it. So then this memory up here, yeah, I almost want to like take this whole concept of like volatile and like non-volatile memory. Maybe roll more with that, but like maybe it's fine. If I don't, I don't know. Preloadable memory. It can be written with these commands. Additionally, it is automatically persisted, or it is non-volatile. Yeah. Or it can be. It can be expected to be persisted. I'm not 100% guaranteeing this, but like, I think that's what it's gonna be. I think this is how we're going to do it. This control user VM threads. These control the spaceship. the triangle. Hello again, Panda from Tekken 8. I almost wonder if I could, like, split these up. Like, what if I make it under the assumption that, like... I don't know, we just have, like, scratch memory here. I think that might be the way to go. Might. It's a pretty big might. And it can be X, Y. And then you can be, like, what, 0? I think. I think this is the way of it. Then I think I might put the heading inside of, like, another register. 8 kilobytes. 4,000 words. How many is it? Because we're basically turning the entirety of, like, the previous block. Like 8. It's 2K? 2K words? Plus the extra, like, 700 words at the start of the system? I don't know. This is already a lot more memory than I think most people are actually gonna, like, try to populate into the system. I can't imagine, like, hardly anyone using this thing. Oops. Copy. Want to copy? And then we want 0. You are going to be heading. Absolute heading. This is going to be in, like, the target heading is going to be, like, in the what's it called? This, like, crazy format. What are we doing? So I have the system on my stream, which is like a virtual machine, an emulator type thing that you can interact with through like chat commands. And we are expanding it to allow you to fly these little triangular spaceships around. Kind of like the ones that I have flying around up at the top of the screen right now. These are like sort of like a test of the rendering portion of what this is going to look like. And we want to make it so like you can like fly these around or like summon them. But to control these things, there's like an esoteric, like custom, like CPU like thing. So it's like it's kind of like a made up assembly language, and it's capable of like computing, just general purpose computing. And so it's possible, if anyone were so inclined, to like program different stuff into this like algorithms and like or whatever. So right now up at the top of the screen I have like a memory fill program that's like changing the color of like pixels constantly. But it's possible to do like more sophisticated things. Like a lot more sophisticated things. Like you could do like bit shifting and masking and like lookups, and you can make it like, I don't know, to do image decoding if you're determined enough. It's kind of a lot of things that you can do with it. Certainly, there's a lot more that you could do with it than like I think anyone has actually done. Because there's like a whole like instruction set in here. There's lots of different math and comparison operators. There's all sorts of like memory functions. There's like it's a vector processor of sorts. So like there's SIMD swizzle type operations. There's like masking operations. So you can like grab specific words. You can like move specific words into like the X register or the X dimension of a word, which kind of exists to make like branching and jumping a little bit easier. I don't know if anyone's figured that one out yet. There's like stuff to... what else is there? You can halt your processor if you're like wanting to write one-off programs or something. You can sleep your processor thread, although I don't know if anyone's actually done this. I think my favorite operation is there's like this horizontal dot product thing. So it like computes the integer dot product of like all the components in a vector, which I think is useful. It's also like literally the only like straight up multiplication function that the entire thing has. Which is yeah, we don't... It's kind of silly that I don't have like a component wise multiply. Only way to do like hardware air quotes assisted multiplying is with like this dot product operator. So to control this like little spaceship triangle thing, there's a bunch of memory mapped registers, which I don't think I numbered properly. There we go. And basically gonna make it so that you can control all of these through program code. But also they're going to be controlled in such a way where you can have like some autonomous process running. So every user is now going to get 2 threads. You can have a thread to remote control like the spaceship, and then you can have a thread to control just, I don't know, arbitrary things. And we might make threads more, I don't know, interactive in a way. Not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure yet all what I want to introduce. But like, I definitely want like these navigation functions, which I think we're gonna do. We're gonna do these in hexadecimal. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's very noisy looking. It's a very incredibly noisy looking memory map. So like, we're gonna have lateral controls for like linear translation. A velocity relative to the background. Or a fixed reference point, whatever you want to call this. As like something you can read back. And then there's gonna be like rotation. These things can like spin around, which is also technically part of how you can fly them. In fact, I might make it required almost that you have to spin them. I'm not entirely sure about this though. Like I could make it so that you can like I don't know, almost ignore rotation. Like stick the thing into a fixed orientation. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I think it might be that like the main engine, the one for going forward, is probably gonna be like the most responsive engine, and then all the others are gonna be like maneuvering type thrusters that are gonna be slower. They're not gonna have as much oomph. Not enough oomph. Compressed jump instructions. And we talk about compressed jump instructions. So there's an interesting feature of the virtual machine that like I don't know if anyone's discovered, I guess is the way to put it. There are memory access instructions with increment. Even without increment though. Register overflows, you can sort of maybe calculate. I don't remember. Sounds like an explanation of a thing that I might have talked about. Maybe. I don't know. As for what I was referring to just now, it's kind of like there's a way to like load an address which is placed immediately after the instruction, which you can do by using one of these like load instructions, like a one-word sequential load. And then if you use like the instruction register will be pointed at the word after the current instruction, and then you can like load that into the instruction register. Other CPUs sometimes call this the program counter. Program counter relative. I called it the instruction register because we're silly like that. But this is a thing that can be done to like stick jumps in memory without having to have a register devoted to them. And I don't know if this was like something that anyone has implemented or not. I don't know. I think my favorite little bit about this machine is that like all of your like comparison operators here, these return like what is essentially like -1. So like you can take the results of comparison operators and then if you like subtract them from the current program counter, you can like use them to skip an instruction. Hello and welcome to Bad Cop. Rotating cat? The rotating cat is written using like this really jank a WebGL renderer that I wrote. And every time I like put it on the screen, it like uses an abnormally excessive amount of like CPU time. And I think this is partially because I didn't write it very good. Like the renderer. I didn't write a very good renderer. So I've mostly like turned it off for performance reasons. Every so often I will like turn it on and then I'll do something that like hits my CPU limit and then I'll have to turn it off again and I'm like, I don't know. I need to just rewrite this thing. Then I never do. So we're just kind of like, whatever. A bunch of web devs on Twitter are finding out that WebGL exists. Do we tell them that Web GPU is a thing? Or will that just break their brains? What next? Are they going to discover WASM? WASM? Untextured cubes. The classic hello world of 3D programming. The untextured cube. WebGL doesn't do like JavaScript shaders. It does like actual GLSL shaders. Let's go back out to mount. M source overlay. These shaders for like, you know, this little triangle flying across the top of the screen here. This is just like a straight up GLSL for like from OpenGL ES. There's not really such a thing as a JavaScript shader. I mean, technically you could have JavaScript generate shader code. Like, this is a possibility, but like, That is adding a layer of obfuscation to it. A Welleber's game. I don't know of this. I am unfamiliar with this. Also, it is almost time for the pre-scheduled break time that I hinted at earlier. Linking it, yeah, you can link this. I'm kind of curious. I like seeing game projects, especially if they are from like developers on Twitch, maybe. What do we got here? Replicube. FY? Return? Gasp? This does look like something... This actually looks an awful lot like a 3D version of a puzzle. Of like an actual Zachtronics puzzle. But more programmy. Like for real? Like there is, let's see, which one was it? I think it was like the Last Call BBS game has a thing where you can like, I don't know, it's more visual, but it's something where you have to like design programs that generate patterns. Kind of crazy. The Exapunks one, that reminded me kind of like... It reminded me a lot of like the Core War wave of programming. I don't know if you've ever heard of the like Core War, but it's an older game where you write programs that like they're able to like sort of spawn copies of themselves and they like fight in an arena of memory. Very interesting concept. Very something that's actually sort of like a direct inspiration for like the this whole overlay virtual machine gizmo that I've been working on. This sort of thing. Which we have been making more of today, last stream. We're gonna make it so you can fly the triangles, the spaceship triangles around. Anyways, I am going to like take my break. Yeah, I need to change this setting, and then I have prepared the duck pool from earlier. We kind of like left it. And I haven't cleared it out, so there's like a ton of ducks in it. $91. I'm not getting any sound out of the system. That's not great. Did I change the setting room? Oh wait, I turned that down. I still can't hear it. Anyways. Boo. Oh wait, it doesn't work that way. Well, however it works, I've returned. Ow, ow, ow. Tracking has me slightly sideways again. I think. So we have to do look this way. Click button. I didn't do much. Very oh well. What are we pasting into HTML files? Untitled? By a guest? Matrix rain effect? A very effect. Zero margin. Font size. Columns. Get the drops. Mouse move. Touch move. Solid green. Set interval. Set interval 33. I mean, I guess that is something if you want something to be like a very specific timing level. Like if you start using request animation frame, then like you have to deal with variations in frame rate. Variations in frame rate. At least with set interval, it's at least somewhat consistable. Consistable? I don't know if that's a word. Beware the consistable. Copy. That did not. Desktop. Give. very, very give. Make it rain. Insert. File. What's it? Misaka. Make it rain. HTML. Then I guess it colorizes the thing. The what's it called? I think the actual effect, like the one from the movie, it used like half width katakana and some numbers that were like flipped backwards or something like this. And maybe a couple of like random Chinese symbols thrown in. The simple looking kanji. Yeah, I kind of swear this one has. This one does one of those things that I've sort of seen before. The stuff in the background here is like a grid. There's like a bunch of dark green squares where the symbols faded out. And there's a bunch of like black lines in between where symbols never appear. And this is like something that happens. Runes.length. So in theory, we could like use any symbol array. We could use, I don't know, AKILMN. Or we could use Meisaka. Meisaka is a good number. It's certainly a thing. I am maybe like easily amused. Even CSS. E. How much? E? Right here, mouse. I have here drops, length. How do you work? Array fill 1. Array fill 1. Columns. Width divided by font size. Now, supposedly there's a way of getting higher density. I mean, it's less compatible if you do it, but like... take, for example, the square symbols here. There's spaces between them. They're not necessarily block characters. Oh, so we could change, like, the margins? Sort of? I don't know, there's lots of things you could potentially do with it. This is the value times... I guess if you put it off the bottom of the thing, then it's like... whatever. Like, if I don't want them to all, like, start up at the same time, I could do init fill. So then they, like, start in a random order. Keep forgetting which screen I'm on. Instead of doing font size, we can do font width. Easy the template. You could customize the hells out of it. Kind of. Right, font size, you are font width. This one is maybe should be font height. Which I think is technically what font size is. So yeah, we don't necessarily need that, but we could make the font width narrower. Oh no, a bunch of my ducks went kaput. And now it's a lot more dense. Like all kinds of density. I would have made it even more dense. Amazing. A Misaka singing. A Misaka singing. Change. Draw. Draw. See, when you do RGBA, fill rectangle. So just alpha transparency. So we could, if we wanted to, change the color. So what's this for? I almost don't need this. Yeet. More flashy color, more A. They. They. And we should have something a little bit more, I don't know, crispy? Frigid? I don't know what the term I'm looking for is. Display frequency? I don't know what you mean by like display frequency. There is like an inherent update refresh rate. Like obviously if you like the what's it called? Like the draw or the set interval, for example. If you change this to like request animation frame, this should run at like refresh speed. But that's like not, you're not going to have unlimited capacity. Like the web browser is not going to let you actually refresh faster than like what your whatever it's called, like than like what the interval timer thingy allows, sort of. Like there are definitely ways to like increase the like refresh or redraw rate. Sort of by default, the web browser is going to try and do like what we would call the correct-ish thing, and it's going to like limit what you can write to the screen. Or how often. font height, font size, minus 2. 2 is a good number. Gotta love density. Oh, there's still a bit of a gap there, though. We need 4. I want to get these things super stacked together. Request animation frame will, by default, try to like sync up to your frame rate, your refresh rate. And then like if you use something like set interval also, there's also like a hard limit on how often you can set interval. I think set interval tops out at like 10 milliseconds or something. Maybe slower. Like it's definitely a little bit more limiting than like what Quest animation frame can offer. Like if you have a high refresh monitor, request animation frame will actually go like way faster than like set interval ever will. Do I prefer the Linux over the Windows? I don't really know. They're both, I don't know, they're both kind of, they have their pluses and they both have their like drawbacks, I guess. When like, if I'm doing like software development type stuff, I have a slight preference for like the Linux environment. I think the one time where like Windows I would say is somewhat better, I think, would be probably in terms of like probably like multimedia type stuff. Unironically. Anything that I've had to do with like audio, for example, audio or video. Seems like the Linux system kind of struggles with and then like or doesn't support at all, whereas like the Windows systems just kind of offer this. Not the smudges. One thing about the smudges. I would say, like, if you like PowerShell, have you considered Bash? Have you considered Bash? It has been kind of around for a while, and it is very capable. And you don't even necessarily have to use the, like, the, what's it called? The what's it called? I don't know what it's called. You don't have to use like the Unix utilities. You can just use bash, and it's surprisingly, it does a lot. It does quite a lot. I have no idea what I was going on about. It's very splattery here, though. Got all of these numbers that are not numbers. The 14. I still do this in my, like, I don't know, off time. I've certainly reduced the amount of time that I play it. I haven't streamed it in kind of a long time either, for that matter. I don't know. I haven't had a ton of interest in doing this. Because, like, most of the people who found my channel through programming. I think comparatively very, 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 very few people actually, like, have probably seen me even play 14 on stream. Apart from, like, I don't know, maybe the clips that randomly exist. There have been, like, a couple of times where, like, I don't know, I've thought about, like, streaming my, like, raid times. Because I still have, like, a raid group in 14. And that is sort of, I don't know, entertaining to me, at least. But at the same time, I'm like, it's something. It's kind of something, but it's not something I'm looking for. As for whether or not it fell off, I think that, like, maybe a little bit. They kind of like restructured a bunch of like the much of the dev and writing teams. So, like, the good writer got promoted to a different, like, a different role. So their replacement is, like, not as good, in my opinion. But also, a lot of people's opinion. Sort of like a widely accepted fact that the current writing is kind of like, it is kind of mid. Like, I mean, I like the stories, sort of. But it's got a lot of, like, it's not a particularly, like, it doesn't like have that awe factor. It's kind of just mid. For real. Particle animations. Particle animations? I mean, I've seen people take, like, entire maps wholesale, drop them into VR before. I know this is a thing. I mean, it's even happened, like, as far back as, like, back when I had VR. I explored, like, a Final Fantasy 14 zone from the point of view of, like, being in VR and, like, walking around it. So it's probably not surprising that it has existed for a while and still exists. I haven't done VR stuff for, like, ever. This I've mentioned quite a few times, like, I don't know, I don't have a VR device anymore. Like, I still have some of the, like, the like, what's it called? The, like, legacy hardware that could be used, but, like, I don't think any of that works. I don't really think that that works. I could be wrong about this. I don't think it works. I think that this, like, effect here on the screen has, like, a slight preference for the letter A, because I think I typed it twice. So it's statistically more likely that A will show up. There's a bit of a fun fact for you. This also doesn't have, like, some of the like, effects that, like, I've seen, like, in other actual samples. Like, for instance, there is a system where sometimes the letters, the ones that are, like, dimming out, will stop dimming out for a little bit and then go away. Or there are times where certain symbols will, like, change. Before they've faded out all the way. And these are harder effects to achieve. Like, far less obvious. You know, if you keep insisting that people do things, I'm going to have to take action. And I don't want to have to take action. Very glowy, flashy. Very glowy, flashy. 87. My ducks look like they've had some action taken on them. Like, aye. So much E. Let's see here. So we have the the space triangle. TM. And I'm sort of thinking that this is going to be like what the register layout is going to look like, kind of. I should probably like reword this a bit. Maybe? Because we didn't put these format specifiers in here. Kinda need those. I'd probably like build the like velocity system. Yeah. I need to build the velocity system. How to build the velocity system. Coded on Apple. I somewhat, for a brief period of time, used a couple of different Apple systems, actually, now that I think about it. Typically it's desktop systems. But, like, I've programmed for some of their older computers, some of their semi-modern, like, OS X type computers. I've never had, like, an up-to-date enough software suite to try, like, mobile devices. It's always just been, like, desktop stuff. Often in, like, C or C++. Unless you talk about, like, the older systems. Like in the Mac OS 8, 9 era, there is I think back then I wrote some stuff in like Java briefly. Possibly something else. I don't remember too well. Universal shell scripting language. I don't really think that such a thing truly exists. When it comes to shells, shell scripting languages, there are only such things as the de facto standards. So, like, the like, for instance, like, Bash is like a very popular shell. So a lot of other shells are slightly compatible with it. However, almost every single shell in existence kind of has its own slight flavor of things. I'd say that like all of the Unix like shells that you can find on Linux, Solaris, BSDs, these sorts of things, they're all going to be like slightly compatible with like Bash to some minimal extent. Because that is sort of like the de facto shell. Or more accurately, they are compatible with the original SH. The like the original born shell. And then they kind of like extend on top of that. So like Bash is more has more features than like the original standard shell. C shell has like a bunch of features that the original shell doesn't have, but they're different from Bash. And so on and so forth. I would say Bash is probably the most common, mostly just by virtue of kind of being like the default. It's just sort of there. On the Windows side of things, like PowerShell is kind of like very widely accepted. Although it still has sort of like a slight barrier of entry almost. I don't think you're gonna get anything truly universal though. Unless you go to like some sort of scripting language. Some sort of like actual scripting language. Like this is kind of why people use stuff like Python, for example. Python is popular. Or like why people would use stuff like JavaScript. Because that's also pretty popular. And there are actual platform shells for it. It all kind of just depends. Kind of depends on what you're trying to, like, accomplish, really. the WASM is very specific to the web platform, so it's and it requires like a bunch of like wrapper code, so that is definitely probably not what you're looking for. I'd say if you want something that's widely targeted, I would probably pick Python, even though it has like an install requirement. But it's pretty good at being like multi-platform. Or you can go the evil route. Use Java. Enough E. How long have we been coding? I have probably been writing software for too many years. Too many. 20-something years at least. Maybe more. Would be close to 25 at this point. I don't remember. I'm not good of the dates and the times at all whatsoever. When it comes to shells, I don't know. It's kind of like Bash or PowerShell are kind of like your options. In theory. In theory, and this is kind of some silly theory, could potentially make code that works in both and then like detects which kind of shell it's actually running in and then runs platform specific code. There is such a thing as like polyglot code that like runs in multiple different like environments and then like runs parts of itself depending on what environment it's in. And it works for like scripts. It's kind of wild what you can do if you like actually try to like put your mind to like building some of these things. Yeah. Extensions. Well, I'm like I don't know, maybe. Part of why I originally got into programming was because I wanted to make computer games. And then at some point it was just I don't know, I found it more enjoyable just to like program stuff than it was to try and make something specific. Which is maybe a bit not uncommon. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Well, the only thing that I know is that this is my experience with it. It's kind of almost gotten to the point where, like, I guess, like, I prefer programming over playing games, even. Because, like, I don't know, I used to play a lot of Final Fantasy 14, for example. Or I like to play a bunch of other MMOs and like sink a bunch of my time into these things. And then I'm just at some point I'm like finding myself just wanting to sit down into like in the chair and be like program all the things, sort of explains. Who explains? Who what explains? Maybe explains? I don't think I've ever actually played RuneScape. Play a lot of other games. Not RuneScape. Yeah. Purple. Automatically? No, I've always had to like manually click on that. Always. Always and forever. I'm just very, very highly methodical about it. Yeah. Taipei. Taipei. I am not in Taipei. Taipei is very far away. Very, very, very far away. I think we're gonna split. I'm gonna split this register into pieces. Maybe X, Y. Then you can be. Cannot be. Incremented. Very incremented. So much incremented. VR. VR. VR, I feel like it has a lot of potential that is yet unseen. It's also kind of like one of the like least understood media. Functions? It's not necessarily about like ease of use. It's more like whether or not I want to like expand this API in the future. Because at some point in the future, I might want to tweak this so that it has more things that you can do. Elder Scrolls Online. This is actually something that I've played somewhat for a while. I didn't get like super far into it or anything, but like I played it up to a certain like decent level amount, sort of figured out most of its systems, and then I'm like, kind of boring if you think about what it actually offers. I'm like, maybe if like you're really super into like Elder Scrolls lore, then I'm like, yeah, maybe it's fine, but like otherwise as a game it's just kind of not the greatest thing ever. I might split this up or allocate this differently. We might do. See, how about absolute headings and relative headings? What are you? Y, Z, uwu. I don't know why I call this letter uwu. Target. Absolute heading. Target relative heading. I don't really think there's anything here that like sets the target. I think we need a target configuration. I'm like, maybe we put this in the middle of here. So we'll have like a target select register. Mini display. Mini display. I don't know if we have like little tiny displays. I think at that point, a different system would probably be better. Like this virtual machine thing, I think is going to be like, I don't know, the more interactive thing. The lights? What are we talking about exactly here? I don't know if I follow entirely all the way or not. More than one language. Speak. Yeah, technically, I can't really say that I really speak much more than one language. I know like bits and pieces of other languages, but not enough to like properly say anything of use. All the pixels in the overlay, they are addressable. Yes, yes. What about them? Make it resolution, high resolution. What would I want? What do I want to make higher resolution? I don't even know. 4,000 thread pixels. I don't know what we're talking about with mini thread pixels. Entirely. Are we talking about like merging the like, I don't know, the features? Because like here's the thing. The user threads in like the overlay, they're not really associated with pixels. They kind of have access to all of them. All the memory. If we put threads of some sort on like a per pixel basis, there's already like a thing for that that's like what we like to call a GPU. And to me, that's slightly less interesting than building something that is deliberately constrained. Kind of sort of target selector. 0 will be fixed point. And not equal to 0 will be signature. Target signature. Somewhat. Somewhat. And then this will be what? Target ID. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Or maybe we have like two nav blocks, like a nav 1 and nav 2. This is, I don't know, this could be a thing. Signature, fixed point. If it's 1? No, I don't know. There's gonna be some value. If it's 1, we want to target a radio, a beacon. A beacon. And if we have... Yeah, I don't know, it's gonna be beacon, fixed point, signature. Like, I don't know. To be nearest forward, nearest signature. I think possibly. Hello, comrade soul. Yeah, yeah. I also want to make these like... Oops. I don't know, from 0. Make like the pizza. And slice... Or no. 16 quantized model? Ooh, a lot of precisions. Lots of choke. I mean, if you think about it, I don't know if it's just necessarily like a micro architecture so much as it is like sort of like a complex mathematical function, because that's what they kind of are. They're complex mathematical functions. What of the neural network type stuff? Each layer is essentially like a database of sorts. And you can like perform different like lookups in this kind of highly specialized database and get some sort of result. Favorite foods? Favorite foods? I don't know. Since we tossed pizza around, I usually give pizza as one of my favorites. I like cookies. Cookies are pretty good. Ooh, what else is there? Euros? The like Greek thing with the meat and pita? Those are pretty good. Ooh, they're kind of stuff. What other kind of stuff am I often fond of? I don't know, I keep thinking of desserts. I'm like, this seems a little bit too easy. Almost. Maybe like a good other forms of sandwiches? Sort of in general? Savory sandwiches? Actually, this is a very specific kind of sandwich. The Reuben sandwich? Given the option, I usually try to... I don't know. I usually go for those. They are tasty. Ice cream cake is actually probably not something that I would particularly like necessarily. Kind of picky about desserts. Subway? No. Not Subway. Subway is kind of meh. I'm talking about like good quality sandwich. Subway is not good quality sandwich. I don't know if I would say that it's not food, but like they're kind of gone downhill. So I don't know. Don't know about that. I think a fifth thing would probably be like burrito. Maybe. Maybe. And if I had to pick something else that's like not cookies. I don't know. I don't know if I can do it. Maybe I could. I have no idea. Generally, though, I don't like fast food type things. This is something that I sort of tend to avoid a lot. No, we do not. Do not. Do not the fast foods. Do not the foods. We're gonna change symbol here. Light control. F. We're gonna have nav functions. I think they might have like 2 banks of nav functions, or I could make all the control functions modular. Or would that be evil? I feel like that could be evil. In a way. Slightly. Slightly a bit too much, maybe. I don't know, this is like maybe a pretty good baseline. What else do I need? We need radar scanning functions. I think this is the way of it. Right then. So what are we going to like? I'm gonna put in here. What are we gonna put in here? The fast foods actually are kind of expensive. So I think that fast foods are more for like people who have more money than common sense. Probably. Or perhaps for people who are in a hurry. Because, I don't know, it's not always the case where, like, you have food. It's basically just like, I don't know, trying to get stuff for the convenience of it. But I don't really see this as being like super convenient. I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit biased. Pizzas. Pizza is like a type of food. But you could say that, like, there is such a thing as, like, fast food style pizza, and then there's, like, good quality pizza. I think that this is true of, like, a lot of different foods. Like, for instance, a lot of what most people call fast food, like, I don't know, let's take a McDonald's, for example. They make sandwiches, for instance, or burgers. You could go some other place and get like a really good quality burger that's like, I don't know, has some effort. It's not necessarily fast to make, and it's probably a lot better. But like, I think this is true of a lot of different things. Hello, hello, and welcome. Also, like, I I don't usually ever visit restaurants, so I would not even bother trying to rate them. This is not something that I typically ever do. What do I need from this? What do I need from this thing? I don't know. The scanning function. The scanning function. Let's see, I think this would be like read write. I mean, for the most part, I typically, I'm personally kind of like at home all the time, so I make myself food, cook stuff, or prepare stuff, or I eat leftovers that other people have cooked. This is sort of the nature of things. Increment these. This is gonna be Gourmet. 5-star meat. No. Not in the slightest. When it comes to like making stuff for myself, it's kind of just whatever I can throw together. And there isn't like I don't put like a ton of effort into it. Like at all. Not at all. Currently, we are working on design spec for how to control the little triangular spaceships. So I want to work on what is called the radar scanning. So we have like a bunch of like modules that the spaceship is going to have. So like you have engine controls and you have like a navigation system and you have like a radar, and later we're probably going to stick lasers on it, make them go pew pew or something. DirectX exists because I think nothing else like it ever did. And then they just kept going. And now we're kind of in the mess we are in now. "12 versions later." Honestly, though, nowadays we have stuff like Vulkan. And like, I don't know. I don't know if Vulkan is necessarily like worse. Necessarily, but like, it is portable in the sense that it's not like tied to Microsoft specifically. Honestly, at this point, I'm kind of half thinking that Microsoft still develops DirectX because it's kind of like one of those sunk cost fallacy type things. Like, they're probably like, well, we came this far. It's not terrible. It's not Vulkan. Might as well see how far we could go before everyone gives up. And thus, we ended up with like a ridiculous number of versions of DirectX that are kind of not terribly dissimilar to what Vulkan does nowadays. They are released at a certain cadence, though, that I think Vulkan is kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of sort of whatever. OpenGL is kind of nice for what it is. I think it has some staying power for applications. I don't know if it's going to get updates or not. as much. It's kind of important though, I think. Because lots of stuff was written for OpenGL. OpenGL makes it easy to put graphics on the screen. Physics. This is like one of those NVIDIA specific things. Or you could technically implement the features that physics supports using like graphics APIs in an inconvenient, slightly convoluted way. But no one's gonna do it. No one is going to do it. $16-bit. I don't know. Maybe. Although I would kind of half expect that anything pre-NVIDIA would probably be... I don't know, it could be 32-bit. I don't remember. I don't really remember much about it, because I don't know, I only started seeing it in like the 32-bit era. I don't know about its early years. Distance to signature. A very distance. Such distance. This should be unsigned. Maybe. The archives? The archives? The archives? The I3 or Sway? This is Sway. Because Wayland? It's decent. I'm gonna say it's decent. It doesn't do everything that I need it to. So I've occasionally had to like switch to like an X11 system. Particularly for games. I don't know why, but like games behave better in X11. But for like day-to-day like desktop things, I usually have Sway. Since switching to it, it's been Sway. Sway and the occasional X11 thing. And then there's also been like a couple of times in the past week or two when I've been rebooting to Windows to play, what's it called? Mecha Break. Not as much recently. I kind of maybe burnt out on that a little bit. No bet. No bet. Third protocol. Make it good one. Now there are 5 protocols. I don't know. I think Wayland was supposed to do this. And they didn't make it good. They had every opportunity to learn from the failings of X11, and they didn't make it good. You had one job, Wayland. Make the protocol not terrible. It's just sort of, I don't know. I wrote an application for it, for the low-level Wayland API, and I'm like, it's so meh. The protocol is kind of meh. Wayland without security features. X11. Like, I almost think, like, Wayland is trying to, like... I don't know, they're trying to be the everything protocol. So they want to, like, supplant, like, cell phone stuff. And they want to offer, like, desktop portal nonsense, again, for, like, cell phone-like stuff. And I'm like... This is maybe, probably, part of the failings of it. Or they want to make it for, like, tablets or whatever. I don't know if I necessarily like this paradigm or not. It's kind of an awkward thing. It leads to some questionable design decisions, maybe? Like, there's a set of, like, Wayland protocol extensions or whatever for, like, vehicle infotainment systems. Very much not desktop. And, well, I find it kind of fascinating that this sort of thing exists. It's going to make the desktop experience suffer slightly. Possibly, maybe, I don't know. Like, there's a whole bunch of the core protocol, the core Wayland protocol that's just straight up deprecated. Which is all the stuff for, like, making, like, the windows. Typical notion of a window. Yeah, they deprecated all of that. Now everything that's related to that is part of an extension. And I was a little bit surprised to find this out. It's just like, don't implement this stuff, implement this extension instead. Okay, Wayland. If you say so. Sure. How many of these do I want? Maybe we have like 4 of these. Oh no. Maybe I have more. I am so unsure. Hello, hello. Chuhuta 2H. big giant array of values. Yeah. You will be scan direction, I think. Direction, the last scan. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe the heading of last scan. And maybe some hydration. Supposedly, there was a predecessor to Wayland called Mir. That was supposed to be like the good protocol. And I don't remember if like Mir turned into Wayland or... Yeah, I don't really remember what the story was behind that. I forgot to add salt to the bread. Yeast? Unconstrained yeast? Yeast? I know Mir still exists. And I know it's like something that supports Wayland. I don't know if it's like on its own or not. I have no idea. I don't know if they kept a very specific protocol or not. Plus, I noticed like a whole bunch of desktops just implement their own extensions. And a bunch of these extensions are very similar to one another. Like, yeah, that sounds about right. No one can agree on anything, so everyone is going to make their own thing. $16-bit. 16-bit. It depends on what you consider 16-bit. Like, I've written stuff for like 68,000 machines before, which are sort of 16 bits, but they're sort of not because they have 32-bit aspects. I don't know if I ever finished any of those. I've written like some 8-bit stuff. I don't think I've ever written anything for handheld before because I've never like had a handheld thing and like the knowledge of how to program it. Like, I did have like a GBA, but like I don't know anything about programming one of those. I'm don't know. Never enough. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I could like... I don't know how I want to structure these. How do I want to structure these? Adding ROMs. A list of things to hex dump. I mean, they're mostly just like run of the mill, or most of them at least are just like run of the mill assembly language. Kind of depends on the platform, though. Like the GBA, for instance. You might think it's 16-bit, but it's not. It's a 32-bit processor. An ARM. I don't actually know how many processors were like 16-bit. Because like I said, like I don't know much about most handheld things. I don't know what their capabilities and features might be. What is the type of assembly? 16-bit functions something? Are we talking about what, like, well, this machine, this Wave 2? The Wave 2 is like, it's a 16-bit SIMD type processor with a RISC-like instruction set. So all the instructions are of fixed size. They have a very standardized, consistent format. They have a lot of like orthogonal register patterns. But like, I don't know, this is like a fictitious type of CPU. It's something like, I don't know if you would find anything like this in like legacy hardware, because of just like the vector processor nature of it. But also the way it accesses memory is kind of, I don't know, it's also kind of unique. Risky? But the risky? I mean, technically, these are like a sample of instructions. So like you have, what is it, 16 registers. And you can use like one or two registers in like any instruction. You have like a source and a destination. And the destination register is also like used for certain operations. And if you want to get things from memory, you have to like put the memory into a register before you can use it. The only things that you can get out of memory are by like the load store style things. You have to move stuff into registers before you can do any arithmetic on it. Which is very much a feature common to like RISC machines, I think. Gotta beware the RISC machine. Also, something silly that I did was that I made like half of the registers like read-only. Kind of. Which makes them sort of like, I don't know, kind of weird in a way. Thinking of like tweaking these somewhat. Though I don't know if I want to like do that or not. I don't know. Fencing. Part of the reason why they are read-only is because I wanted to introduce constraints in a way. Like, the CPU itself cannot write to them, but you can change these registers through like writing. You can like update them externally via like a program or whatever. When you feed your program to the processor, you can set these like registers to some values, and they will stay at these values. So you can use them for data that don't change very frequently. Or you can use them as like parameters that you can like, you could technically change them very frequently. The catch though is that they are entirely externally controlled, like the CPU can only read from them. So they're like, if you've ever written shader code, for example, there's stuff like attribute fields or like uniform fields. That the shader itself cannot write to, it can only read from. And these are sort of like, these like constant registers are kind of more like something like that, where you can tweak the program in a way, but the program can't necessarily change. Programming language. Well, this project has like I don't know, two programming languages, sort of. The emulator itself is written in Rust, and then it runs like this pseudo assembly code. As for the stuff on the screen here, this is just a text file. This is just a big giant list of stuff that I want to implement, and like, yeah, it's just this file right here is just text. So once I figure out all the specification, we're gonna actually implement these like features, which I sort of have been jumping back and forth. Make attributes. Sort of. They're sort of like attributes. I don't know. They're a little bit closer to like how uniform values work. Because reasons? I don't know though. They're not quite the same at all because like the program keeps running. It looks hard. I mean, in a way. In a way, it's a little bit. I don't know. It's supposed to be sort of like a challenging implementation. In a way. It's kind of like. I wanted lots of like game mechanics. Only instead of what you would traditionally think of game mechanics, it's like assembly language features or whatever. The deepest lore, if you will. The Gomo. The Gomo. The very hello. And welcome. To Lotus Kushan. The core itself is like, I don't know, kind of simple. There is an assembler for it, although that's slightly challenging to use, but not like overly much. Professional? I don't know if I would call myself professional necessarily. I'd be more of like freelance or like, I don't know, free agent kind of thing, but more definitely very much independent. more often than not, I consider myself to either be like hobbyist or like freelance type. Because like I, for the most part, exist more or less exclusively on Twitch doing my own thing. And then I very rarely have even attempted to do like freelance work. Like I do have a project that I've been working on. A freelance project. Which I might actually end up streaming at some point. But like, I've never worked at a corporation per se. Like I have worked at a smaller company once. But like it was definitely like a small company. Gotta yell at people for a living. That sounds like a profession. E ESP32 backdoors in unaddressable memory space. Anna E. I don't know if I've ever like used an ESP32. Like I've written embedded stuff, but it's usually for like the Atmel cores. The the things on like Arduino. Those type of chips. Those are like 16-bit chips. 16/8. I don't know. The EMP. All your chip are belong to us. I think if I was gonna use anything like embedded, I don't know. I don't know what I would use. Those RP2040 things, maybe? I'm not sure. There's lots of good chips out there. Everyone is panic. 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 You know, you could just like not put these things on the internet or whatever. Maybe. I don't actually know the details of the back doors. Like I know that this is a thing. I forgot to like I don't know. It showed up in my YouTube recommendations, but I haven't watched any of the stuff about these yet. And I haven't come across like anything written about them. So I don't actually know what's going on with it. I'm sure I will probably find out in the next few days whenever I get around to watching more stuff. Cause I don't know. I watch quite a bit of YouTube occasionally. Less so than I have been. Dawn Trail? We've yeah. Yeah, I'm like I do the end game raids. I do the end game raids. I thought the story was okay. The art and music is kind of on point, but that's not gonna like. I don't think that's gonna like hard carry things. The writing leaves a lot to be desired. The uh, the setting is kind of neat, and I think they could do interesting stuff with it. But like, I don't know if they're going to or not. Got the led shadow laid regions. We don't get sponsored by Shadow Ledge regions. This is not a thing. We don't actually ever get sponsored. My streams are not sponsored, and they probably won't be for kind of a very, very, very long time. Like, I can't imagine ever actually wanting this to be a thing. Because, first of all, I don't have large viewer base, which is sort of a thing that sponsors usually want. Second of all, I am picky AF about like things that I would want to even bother using, let alone shill. And thirdly, I don't like shilling things. I don't even like shilling my own channel half the time. I get harped on about this. Be like, subscribe to Mesaka. I don't want to tell people to subscribe to Mesaka, do I? Conflict of interest. A Mountain Dew themed Mesaka outfit. As hysterical as that would be, I, yeah, that's probably not going to happen. The things that meet my standards. I don't know, this is pretty rare. This is pretty extremely rare. Like a lot of what I like is actually free or open source. A nice, meaty, juicy, delicious, cold cut combo. They're not gonna sponsor me. Not after I badmouth them for being meh sandwiches. I don't even think I've eaten at a Subway in like, I don't know, unironically, over 8 years, maybe more. I don't think that's about to change either. We like to buy a hamburger. We would like to buy a hamburger. We do not want to buy a hamburger. We will not buy a hamburger. You will not get any hamburger. No hamburger for you. The only, like, I don't know, the only possible thing that I would genuinely want to get sponsored by would probably be, like, I don't know, input peripherals or, like, display equipment, video equipment, AV equipment, capture cards, maybe? Camera that doesn't suck? Burgers? I don't know, the last time I had burgers was when someone else in my family, like, brought home some, I don't know, national chain fast food burgers. Other than that, it's typically like homemade stuff, which is way better anyway. Both in terms of flavor and in terms of quality. And quite personally, I would prefer homemade burgers anyway. They're much better. They're not hard to make. They're a lot more affordable. Even given the price of foods? Like, what even? Very even? Uneven. This means thing. Select scan heading. Scan heading. What's it? 3FF? 0 to 3FF. Select heading. Select direction. Scan heading. How do I want to word this? Headering. Auto scan. Very auto scan. A lot of functions. I don't know if we like made like a giant list of, I guess you'd say like a wish list of functions. Where was the big list of functions? Here? Down here? So it was like maybe ships should have their own thread, which I think I am actually gonna go with. They have distance, forward to nearest object, configurable sweep angle, intersect information. What is this? Name, distance, target velocity. Which I think we're going to do via the nav system, which I don't think was in the original spec design requirements. Memory access to certain targets. That's something we might have to add, possibly as a module. lasers and weapons are probably going to be something we add later. As is like obstacles or docking. Memory protections is something that, like, I don't know if we're going to introduce or not. Quaternion functions. Where are the quaternion functions? The spinny cap has quaternion functions. Do we have spinny cat? Spinny cat scene. This one, the chat box is in a different place. I don't know why the chat box is in a different place on all my scenes, but it is. I am probably slightly in a different place. I don't even. But yeah, this scene has Spinny Cat. Spinny Cat uses quaternions. Then I think everything else here was related to memory. And then I've been working on like the actual full spec for this, the different modules that are going into the ship. And I think I might make these like somewhat dynamic in a way. Like we might make it so that you can customize the ship. I don't know, I might be going overboard with all this stuff. Color. Color of what? The ship? I mean, I do want this to be configurable, but like... I don't know. I might put color of ship here. Register 7 of flight controls. Like ship color. Set a ship color. With a U. And then we'll have background mix. A 0 is gonna be ship matches background. Ship matches set color with a U. I feel like I broke the sound on my system. I also don't know. And that leaves me with like some registers to I don't know, use for something else. We're not entirely sure. think we're gonna tweak anything else. I'm going to switch my scene here to the, what's it called? Stretch break scene. Ammo. Probably some missile type thing and lasers. Missiles, probably a limited amount. Lasers, probably like a recharge type thing. I might also have some other kind of projectile that you can have a lot of, that's like bullets in a way, but space. But space. Something that can run out. Also, I think if we're gonna be gone, we'll put the pool. The pool. I don't know what happened to the sound of the pool, but it broke at some point. The laser? The spaceship laser. Ow. When we implement that, is going to like shoot out of the front of the ship like a beam and just like instantly hit whatever's in front of the ship. The ships can spin, by the way. Like, keep this in mind. So you can point the ship in any direction to aim. The other weapons are gonna have like travel time, I think. Is my plan so far. I haven't thought about them a ton because, like, I still have to implement the silly ships. Ow. Ooh, very ow. Arcade games made in shader code. I mean, if you have a way to, like, establish a state, an inherent state of the shader, then could, in theory, shove some of that stuff. Some of the ducks don't have names because the names are based on chat members and chat participation. And more often than not, there are way more ducks than there are chat members. So it will spawn them without names. Sometimes I give the like unnamed ones like silly names for different things. Sometimes I don't. So it's mostly just a limitation of the channel. I'm not a giant streamer or anything. Definitely not. Honestly, there's actually like some degree of, I don't know, there's some degree of nicety to having a smaller stream. Because then it's like, I can actually have conversations. Sort of meaningful conversations. I don't know, this is kind of a lot of ducks. Like, how many are there in here? 90? 94? I don't know, that's pretty close to a record. At least from what I've seen. I'm guessing at least half of them are unnamed. I think it'd be very hard pressed to get more ducks without some sort of like very highly sporadic process. I don't even know. And a bunch of these are like left over from previous streams. I'm surprised /dev/shm still exists, for example, because sometimes they get like they get removed forcefully from the pool due to semi-natural events. Semi-natural event. I didn't turn off the sound, did I? No. Nope, it's broken. It's definitely broken. Get up to stretch. So I'm not sitting for hours and hours and hours and hours, which I tend to do. I don't even know if any of the sound on the system works. Does this? Well, that doesn't work either. It is totally dead. Stretch pad? No. I just have like the area in front of my computer. Push the chair out of the way. Floor is carpet. Not good carpet. This is terrible, thin, not so great carpet. But it kind of works. It's adequate. It's sufficient. It's functional. A lot of things in my life are functional. So many. It would be a shame if something were to happen to them. This is what happens when we don't clear out the pool. Sometimes I intentionally clear them out. Sometimes I don't. This is what happens when they don't. There are many. They are legion. I have returns. Yeah. I don't think I stretch enough. It's, yeah. I don't know, sometimes it is very difficult. Sometimes it feels like it's way more difficult than it needs to be. Time? Oh, 3:30? In the morning? Somewhat? Generally, though, I don't know. It's kind of like at some point, I sometimes tend to wonder if I should just like I don't know, pretend like I'm in a different time zone. Just to mess with people. Make the Mesaka time zone a little bit more exotic. Like, what if I picked a time zone? It's like, if you were to calculate the longitude or latitude or whatever, it would place you in the middle of an ocean. That would be funny. Clearly, that would be funny. It's not a 4-hour difference. Where do you get this stuff? We have numbers. We have chat commands. I have words. I said no such thing. I said 03. Very number. Very number. We have watched quite a few ducks. We're just gonna leave them in the background for later. Running into people. NZ, Australia, Japan, Night Owl, a Mesaka? Maybe not Mesaka. Unless you play some very specific games. Gotta have some of those time hours. Time hours. Hour times. Whatever they are. Whatever, however they are. I still have to figure out how to send this stuff. Relevant information over of a network. Cold in Alaska. Kind of go together. I mean, there's probably some places where it's not cold in the summer. But a lot of Alaska is generally probably cold. Being, what, mostly northern hemisphere? Up in the Arctic Circle? A little bit chilly? Weakness? I've never, I don't know if I've seen polar bears in a zoo, maybe. Very far out of the region where you would expect to see them. $1,200 megabytes of memory free. This is enough to run a single tab in Firefox. Clearly. Not the AP. Very AP. Fun fact. You can change which chibi is being displayed before you click the redeem for it. Because it's very much independent system. Just the way these silly things work. Open the logs. How monitored are we talking here? If, for example, you were to somehow, and I don't know how you would do this, inject code into, like, I don't know, the Windows Notepad to make Windows Notepad very much not Windows Notepad. Would anyone know? Spending an awful lot of time in Windows Notepad. Why is your Windows Notepad using 300 megabytes of memory? Gotta open those files. We're not opening those files. So blue. Doesn't know what to do. And just put everything on a USB stick. And then you restart. The best keyboard for coding is the keyboard you are most familiar with? So blue, we don't know what to do. Very highly blue? More expensive, better? This is a myth perpetuated by Big Keyboard? Get you to spend money on Big Keyboard? Get a keyboard you like using and use it. It doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to be expensive. It just has to be like something that doesn't give you hand cramps. Or you could just type slow that it's not an issue. The PlayStation 2 port. Little does anyone realize that it is actually like Personal System 2. Which used to be like a proprietary line of computers that were not overly popular. I think they were like IBM or some such. I feel like this is probably like not an uncommon occurrence though. So I'm sort of curious how many people who know of like the PlayStation 2 and the PS2 ports conflated them. Point at stuff 2. Plug stuff 2. A port smell 2. I don't know. I don't have the USB. If you don't have the USB, is this because, I don't know. You're not using one of those silly thin client things, are you? A point at null? Null doesn't like being pointed at. Null really doesn't like being pointed at. The mouse keyboard connectors. These are sort of like a generic serial device. You can send arbitrary data over them. Although more than likely you will encounter a lot of friction because most operating systems are going to be expecting input devices such as keyboards or mice. So you're probably not going to get anything other than keyboard mouse driver responding to you. Technically though, it is a medium low speed bidirectional data ports. You could technically plug stuff into it and use it to, I don't know, do other things, but like, I don't think you'd have very good luck with that. A binary for something? I don't know, if you had like driver level access for it, you can get higher speeds out of this silly thing. Like, it is like a bit serial protocol that's it's capable of sending non-trivial amounts of information. Like, I wrote a driver for one of these ports once, and that was kind of interesting. Honestly, though, I think the most underrated port on the entire computer would probably have to be the graphics port. See, like, you wouldn't expect the innocuous existence of your video output ports to have a very unique input related feature baked into them. But have you ever wondered how the computer knows what formats the monitor supports? How does which one work? The like video port? The like keyboard port? Lots of these things. Keyboard mouse port. So there's a couple of like you have to use the IO space. You have to use the like this IO space, the x86 in out commands to send instructions to these things. And then you can stream like 8 bits at a time over this thing. And it's like bidirectional serial port, so like you can send 8-bit commands to the device, which usually more often than not are like a sequence of bytes, so you only might send like 5 or 6 bytes to the device to configure it. And then the device can send back messages that are like between like 3 and 5 bytes at a time in response. So like when you press keys on the keyboard, it will send like 3 or 4 bytes that are like the keyboard events and information about the key or whatever. Or you got like a mouse packet. I think most mouse packets are like 5 bytes or something. I think. I forget how many there are. If we were to like go to my other machine. Go to here. Go to kernel. Device. I have this protocol file called PS2. So like there's interrupts for like when memory gets received. And then there's like a data buffer that can read and write memory. So let's see, how did this work? First you like tell the controller to like test a port or some such. And you like query the device. Is it init keyboard? Init keyboard. So in my driver for this thing, it sends like these like query commands, these echoes to the device to see if it's plugged in or not. And then when it sees a device, it asks the device like what it is. And then based on the response from the device, it will like instantiate a driver. So if you plug a mouse into it, it'll be like, oh, you're a mouse. Let's do mouse things. Or if it sees a keyboard, it'll be like, oh, you're a keyboard. Let me do keyboard things. And you can sort of see like the responses here from the identification. These are like 8-bit values with a couple of reserved ones. Like you could have other devices. You could have other things respond in like other unique ways if you had control over the driver. Granted, this is a custom like driver for this thing. Running in kernel space inside of a very much custom kernel. So I don't know if you can usually exhibit this much control over it without writing very low level code. But in theory, in theory, you could like use some of this. I don't know about trying to like hijack too much of this, but like you are a little bit constrained in a way. I think there might have, I think there might have been like a status byte. I don't remember. Because it's been so long. Let's see, I think these read the status bytes. And these handle interrupt request, which is an optional way of talking to this thing. But the way I wrote my driver, part of the half the reason I wrote my driver at all is because I was kind of fascinated with this port. And I was like, what can you actually do with this silly thing? And you do a lot with it. So I like made my operating system kernel continuously pull the port so you can like hot plug devices. You can hot plug devices into the PS2 port. And assuming your driver supports this kind of operation, this is just a thing that will work. You can like redetect devices, reload different kinds of drivers. And in fact, I actually tested this on a physical machine. I hot plugged like a keyboard into it or something like this. And I think I might have also tried a mouse. And it was able to like figure this stuff out. I wouldn't say it's the highest speed thing though. Like you're not going to be pushing bulk data over this thing, but like I don't know, you could probably push like a few kilobits over it per second. Maybe. I don't know, I've never had anything that could spit out data fast enough. So like I don't remember. But you can send data over it if you have driver support. IO requests it would take to send a file. I don't know. Take the size of the file. Have whatever kind of custom device be like, oh, you want to send a file? Let me have it. And then just start streaming bytes. You could totally do this. It would be technically, yeah, it would be 1 byte at a time. You don't want to overrun the transmitter. But like, I don't know. It's just some fancy like low speed serial device. Basically. Wait for the transmitter buffer to be empty and then you send another byte. Do this enough times and then you can send pretty much anything. The catch is that is like a single data line. So you can't send and receive. You can only do one or the other. At a time. It's half duplex, in other words. So if you want, like, responses, you have to, like, wait for the device to reply. Ooh, let's get on there. Alright, how can we, like, attach all of this stuff data. I don't even know why I'm writing half this spec. I need to figure out how to, like, actually serialize these. Is it VM user? VM user. For security. I mean, if you're looking for, like, security, there is a lovely kind of internal data bus called the System Management Bus, or SM bus, which is, I think, I squared C. And if you access this, you can do some absolutely insane things with the various components on the computer. SM Sierra Mike. System management. Which is also like where the like TPM devices plug in. As far as I know, those also sit on the SM. Pulling computers out. That is what is called IPMI. This is like something that is a special. It's a very special kind of like network card, and they build these into like server grade motherboards. So you plug an ordinary network cable into like this special network card, and the network card is basically like a tiny little computer that runs using standby power. And it talks to both the power management and system management buses on the main computer, and it lets you like remote control a bunch of features. IPMI also typically connect to usually like a video port on the device, and more often than not they also like capture one of the serial ports. But it kind of depends. It's a little bit platform specific. Ooh, very much so. IPMI. I think IPMI is like a very. It might be a brand specific thing, but like generally this is like. It's just a way of like remote managing servers. And it is like a hardware level thing. there's other like external solutions. Like a lot of data centers have things like KVMs, like remote access KVMs, where you plug video cable, keyboard and mouse into your server, and it goes back to like a capture box or something. And the capture box lets you like remote control the server. And these are like not these are still very much a thing that you can find even in like modern era data centers. I think a lot of newer equipment though is going to have like built-in IPMI or something, so it's less of a necessity to build it in or attach it to KVMs or whatever. The UI terminal. Yeah, depending on the KVM hardware. Some of those are slow. I think some of the ones that I've used were between like 10 and 20 frames per second. I don't know. I've seen some slower ones though. I've also seen ones that are like physical. So like they physically hook up the analog video signal over like a cabling system to a remote terminal. Like they run video over like Cat5 or something. It's usable. um, but yeah, that's a way of doing it. Shelf Windows 95. I think that the oldest kind of equipment would probably be like embedded equipment, if anything. Hello and welcome to Shy Assassin VT. Too much yawn. Why am I too much yawn? Cannot complete. Cannot complete lockout. Not the sensors. Anything but the sensors. This is like what? Security? Is this like security system related sensor? If it's truly, truly broken, most systems have like it's like a very special system. It's like a key combination that you can press, and it's like, ignore this sensor for the next lock interval. If it's on a door though, like I would suggest making sure that the door sensor isn't damaged or anything. Or if it's motion activated, be like very, very still. Never know when you're gonna have motion sensors. Well, that actually reminds me one time. Back at when I worked at that place. That place that I worked at before. There was one day when I got called into like a different facility from the one that I usually visit. And I was like working late on something. So all the regular people left. But of the regular people who left, the last of them turned on the alarm system because I was sitting at the desk in the other room, barely moving at all. And the room had motion sensors in it. So I wrap up what I'm doing. I get out of my chair. And the alarm system starts screeching. And I about damn near have a heart attack. Because it startles the hell out of me. So I don't know, I frantically wander over to the alarm panel and punch in the safe code to turn it off, and I'm just like, what even? What even? Hello and welcome to the Yuki VT, if you can hear me. I don't know if you can or not. Renault cars. Neom. 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 None of neom. Too much neom. What do I want? I want the... I don't know, we might make a struct. VM ship. Which is going to have X coordinate. Y coordinate. We glue those together. Adding. Velocity. X. Velocity. Y. Spin. Spin, spin, spin. Color setting. Color mix. See, that can be, I don't know, Can also be U16. I don't know if we're gonna get that one over the network or not. And we have whatever it is in terms of acceleration, maybe? I don't know. I couldn't do it as acceleration. Perhaps? We just inserted this thing, but like this derive line has to go down here. It's not running over it. I might actually need another copy of derive, actually. Do I want to serialize a ship? I don't know. I don't know. I also don't know if I want to, like, tweak the ship or not. Slightly, somewhat unsure. I also don't know if I want to put the ship on the heap. Like, separate from the threads? This is maybe? Agents? It's gonna be like a separate thread. Definitely want multiple threads. Well, maybe not definitely, but almost definitely. Definite maybe. It's a definite maybe. Never enough a maybe. Also, I think my serializer thing doesn't support floating points. It's not that I'm aware of. Yeah. Can we, like, grab bytes from you? 2 bits. I could do that. LE bytes. It's a bit of a maybe. Or we could say persist. Eight hours. I don't know, you might say this is crazy, but it's pretty typical for me. Pretty typical. Go figure. We did a stretch not too long ago. It's a bit of a thing. I don't know if I'm like super thrilled with getting up to do another one. Because it's kind of like... I don't know. I'm not like super enthusiastic about it. Which is probably why I don't get enough stretchers. Because I never want to get up to stretch. Very eek. Very eek. Too much. Eek. So much eek. Anyways, maybe we... maybe we stick floating point in here? Maybe? Seems like an idea. I don't know, maybe we just stick that in there, or we could do it with the raw bits, but I don't think there's a reason to do the raw bits. Right? Kind. Self-buffer. Kind. Float. The. Okay. Buffer. I'm gonna go in here and pick number for you. Hello and welcome to Sherlock Lol. Ay, ay, ay. Not the ay, ay, ay. Anything but the ay, ay, ay. What? That's Sigma. Sigma. Sigma? Enough. Sigma? Eeny, meeny, miny. Let's make this F, A. You can be float 32. Seems like a number. Truly, truly. Wild AGI? I don't know. I may or may not be a wild AGI. We don't know. We're unsure. Float will be number. Possibly number. What do we need here? Buffer. Push. Buffer. Is it extend? I think it's extend because I don't think extend from slice exists. How many R's are in the word strawberry? How many R's are in the word strawberry? A knock to 4 wants to know how many times the letter R appears in the word strawberry. First, we will try to spell the word strawberry. STRAWBERRY. Then we will try to number all of the positions of the letters. Funny bit. I don't know, that was a pretty good bit. That one was pretty good. Truly. I don't know if you could top that or not. Maybe you could. I don't know. Maybe, probably. Maybe, probably not. Who knows? I'll use some persist kind. Float. The. Reverse suffix 1. What is this? 5? I think these are length 5. I like how I typed soem. I am good at typing letters. I am so good at typing letters. Life depends on it. A flesh-eating spider is about to eat me alive because Sephiroth looked at me funny. Good night to the Alcolin Q. Thank you for sticking around. Lurking. Very much. Sometimes I feel awkward saying hellos and goodbyes. How do I end up? End up like this. Does this one count the kind of the bite? It might. What is this? Split first chunk. We're gonna do this. We're gonna make this work. What do we got? Suffix. Take the suffix. Take 4 bytes. What does this return here? Code value. Don't even know. Don't even know. Hellos and goodbyes are often somewhat slightly awkward. But this is only sort of perhaps a matter of, shall we say, experience. You do not practice, then you kind of lose all of it, shall we say. What do we get out of this? Option? Option U64 slice I32. I don't know, this is maybe close to what I want. It needs to be, I think, F32. Maybe. Probably. Probably. Wait, these have to be like B, E, or... What did I do? Probably the other thing. Maybe? I think that my most favorite thing is, like, if you ask any kind of AI how many R's are in the letter strawberry, It obsesses over it. It's like you can't ask it anything else at this point. It's gone. It's lost. So have you ever encountered the tropes about, like, gonna explode an AI's brain? It's not asking the AI a paradox. It's not like trying to trick it into an infinite loop logic puzzle. All you gotta do to mess up the AI is ask it how many times the letter R appears in the word strawberry. And you will never, ever get anything else from it ever again. So this is how you defeat Skynet. Ask it the number of times the letter R appears in the word strawberry. It can't reason about this. It doesn't know. It's just clueless. It's not supposed to be an as. This is supposed to be F32. F32. And then I think we just return it. I think we wrap it in where this thing is and then just return it. I put too many parens in here. Did I put not enough parens in here? You go there. You go there. You go there. Hey, do we have an extra paren here? Let's get rid of that one. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if wood type pointer wood equals null? Asking the hard questions over here. Truly. The prox. The prox mox. Prox mox like a. I don't know, isn't it like a remote access solution that wraps like QEMU for like thin clients? Am I remembering this right? I feel like I'm remembering this right, but I could be wrong. Eight of the hours condensed down into like the finest, highest quality Mesaka. Also, my clock says 4 hour. Oh, 4:44, 44, 44. That's fun. Very fun number. That almost sounds like something that Cube's OS does. There's like an operating system. And it's literal, the whole thing it does is like, it runs everything inside of like virtual machines. Some operating systems go kind of hard on the like feature set. Kinda, sorta, maybe, probably. Yeah. How did we do here? Tick counts. Beware the tick count. Beware the tick count. You know, I didn't really specify what the delta time for a tick should be. I feel like this is somewhat relevant, though. What is delta time of the tick? And why is it very significantly very much not the thing that we probably want it to be? Self users. Can we get iterator? And then we want key val. But we actually want to call these things like user ID, user pointer, user box. I'll just use user ship. Then we're gonna take. And we're gonna take. And then we're gonna take, and then we're gonna do, and then we're gonna something else. Was it X? I don't know, and maybe we grab mutable reference to ship. So X is going to be velocity X. Y, velocity Y. Velocity X. Velocity Y are going to be acceleration. Something else you have to do. You have to like take delta, whatever delta is, as a floating point value, for instance. I don't know what it is. I don't remember what it is. See, wave? I don't remember what you... How frequently you run this. Simulation here is 50. And about in here. I really need to separate these. Simulation. I think you run interval 18. It's not exactly what I would have expected. So if we set delta time to 18, then I'm like, maybe it's fine. Kind of. 18 F32 delta time S. It's gonna be delta time. I don't know if they have like a dedicated square function, so we're just gonna multiply it by itself. Is when the ship's acceleration times delta time square. We got velocity times delta time, and I think we also want velocity to be integrated by acceleration times delta time. I think. I don't remember. I don't remember. Pizza. Alluring me in with pizza. I don't remember. My memory escapes me. My lack of memory? I need more brain memory. Like IRL. The most bestest memory in existence. Bram memory. Bram. Brain random access memory. The Bram. Just gonna download more Bram. Download more Bram. will be fine, I say. All very. Let's see, I'm gonna grab all of this. Because after we have memory, let's see, I think I want to clear that, maybe grab you. Run length. Run length. Clear run length. Because I think what we are going to do is refer to memory after the main memory. And this is going to be like essentially where I store the state of the spaceships. Supposedly. Supposedly. This is a very significant supposition. Also, I feel like if we do users, then maybe... Am I going to be able to access the state block? Maybe. Maybe. Enumerate. I think we're going to need index. Index into the state block. So index is going to be times 4, I think. Yeah. So I think we have X and Y. So we're going to take ship X, which is floating point. And be like... as I-16 as U-16 well, because that's not weird. Or should I convert the state value first and then try to calculate the difference? I don't know. Let's see, and then we have heading. So the heading of the ship in terms of I don't know, logic, server-side logic. I almost want to like quantize this. Make it one of these these integer values. This would be a little bit easier, I think. Now, specification-wise, this would also make it easier to, like, point it in different directions. I don't know what I want to do with this value, though. Maybe we'll, like, leave it for the time being. You are going to be the ship's color. Should be straightforward. Kind of. Maybe not. What do we have to do here? Out length. Push 0. However the hell this worked. Basically, we want to, like, take the values from memory. And then, like, coordinate. And we always push a value. New length. Not enough length. Wait, is this in words? Did I make this words? We have offset. We have copy. Copy is stored. And then we have I, which is message byte copy. Yeah, copy is in words. The number of words. That's what I get for not documenting, like, my serialization protocol. Because of course. Because of course. Which means I also have to deal with the offset. So we have to offset okay, offset is relative. Ugh, this thing makes me confusion sometimes. Very confusion. Sometimes very highly confusion. Not that I mind offsets every once in a while, but like, I don't know, if I have more memory, I have to like figure out what it is. Or can I determine offset based on something else? Some kind of something else. Let this do this one, that one clears offset. This one, the values are different. Run length is 0. We push values. The portion of the code. So this, like, a brain teaser of a block here. This is part of the, like, network feature. When the memory of the virtual machine changes, this algorithm is supposed to like create like a lightly compressed version of like the state delta. So like any changes to memory are like stored in like this like an array of some kind with like this run length encoding, like offset run length encoding. And then these are like screamed across the network. So that the viewer thing, the thing on the overlay can receive the values, and like turn them back into memory and then display them. So this is like serialization of a block of memory with sort of compression. Velocity is really just like a matter of sending more numbers. Like, we got these numbers. They get sent already. We just have to send more of them. I don't even think I need to, like, save this. Right now, the ships that exist are, like, purely for visual. They're like a visual test. Rendering stuff. So, like, one of them is for testing that, like, X threshold for the shaders, and the other one is for testing like the Y threshold for the shaders. But they aren't simulated yet. In fact, I don't even know if they're like updating at the correct rate or not. Because technically the position should update when messages are received. Not necessarily just when, like, it wants to redraw. Because right now it's updating them when it redraws, not when it receives messages. And messages would be more interesting. This is XYHC. Is we want to take the out value and we want to push numbers. Like X. X. Right shift. Y. Do H. Z. Another way of doing this would be like to stick all of these in like a giant array or something. New length. Run length plus mem size. I think we're just gonna do run length plus 8. Or is it plus 4? It's plus 4. It's because it's in words. Why did I do it like that? Why did we do it like that? I don't even know. I don't even know. Alright, we should have a bunch of... what? Unused values? I don't need that. We don't need... that. I don't... yeah, we don't need index either, come to think of it. I don't even need to enumerate anymore. Just need the data. Giveth me all of the data. All of it. Giveth. Giveth datum. Grant my data. Just grant my data. And then memory. See, memory was like... I think something you could like partially load image. I don't know if it's like too far or not. Ooh, what is this one? Offset. It's a maybe. It maybe will work. I don't know. We're definitely gonna get rid of those. Get rid of you. Maybe we could keep the spinning. Random spinning is fun, air quotes. I am probably going to have to come up with like a definition for one of these silly things. Cannot borrow the ship. It's mutable. I don't know if we need the ID. I don't know if we need the ID. Yeah. Also, though, we do need to constrain this. If it's less than 0, I don't know if that's how I want to do it. I don't really want to max min it. I want it to like wrap around, so I think we want to add. I think. And I think we're just gonna take the numbers from the overlay. Rename. 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 And it can be right edge. Is x greater than a right edge? A minus equal right edge? And this one is bottom edge. How many ship? I don't know what it's capable of. It's that whatever the update rate of the machine emulation is, which should be approximately, what, 18 milliseconds per update. Which I think is on the order of like, I think 50 frames per second. I'm not entirely sure. (18 millisecond simulation frame time. Use float literal. Fine. Picky. 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 Insisting that I put float point literals. Emulators? We've written so many emulators. I've written so many emulators for different things. Some real, some fictional, but always very, I don't know, very fun to write. The frame time is more of a product of like how frequently I want to send updates over the network and have them render on the web page, the like Gizmo web page thing. Something like an N64. The N64 is probably, I don't know, that is probably among the most difficult type of systems to emulate. The best starting point for it, though, if you really want to dive into the deep end like this, would be to like figure out how to emulate the CPU itself. Just like, I don't know, implement the like instructions, the individual instructions. You start with instruction fetch. Instruction fetch. It's not about whether something is like older or newer. It's about like the level of complexity inside of the system. And like the N64 is a 64-bit MIPS processor with like managed cache memory and like a separate like high performance SGI video coprocessor on a shared interconnect. So you'd have to like emulate the lockstep function between the main processor and the graphics subprocessor. And the main processor has cache memory. And if you've never written something with cache memory before, like this is yeah. If you've never emulated cache memory before, it's a bit of a thing. Because then you have to like emulate the cache eviction, cache line storage, cache line fetch, cache miss, cache hit, these sorts of things. Some of which is for data as well as instructions. So then you have to like fetch the instruction stream from the memory. And then the instruction stream is more often likely than not pipelined. I think like it's certainly an interesting form of thing to emulate. I don't know if I would say it's the best choice for something first time emulation. It's easy to get overwhelmed with such a thing. Like if you just want an emulator for the experience of writing emulators, I would start with one of the 8-bit machines. Like SNES or NES, for example. Those are super simple to implement. Chip 8. This is a fictitious 8-bit machine. It's pretty popular. Pretty good candidate, probably. This would, if you can write such a thing, like all the 2D stuff is generally easier to implement. And then you're not like bogged down writing a 3D renderer engine and like a super complicated CPU. So I guess it depends on like how ambitious you really want to be. If you want to be super ambitious, learn about cache memory, implement a 64-bit CPU, be my guest, but like you might end up burning out trying to do this if you're not familiar with the concepts behind it. Like it's not a trivial processor to emulate, as opposed to like a 6502 or a chip 8. Or hell, even a 65816. Those are also pretty approachable. The ARM chips are also pretty approachable if you have stuff like that. More years. There's a lot of there's a lot of different emulators out there. Even the like major state-of-the-art N64 emulators kind of struggle to get like both accuracy and decent frame rates. Because it's such a hard system to figure out compared to other consoles. Even newer consoles somewhat emulate better than the N64. The N64 is just like a really complicated system. Like absurdly so. Go figure. It's probably also one of like the one of the most underrated retro consoles because of its ridiculous capability. And the fact that it was so complicated to program for. That and the PlayStation 2, although I think the PlayStation 2 was probably a little bit more, I don't know, slightly easier for people to grasp, I think. Even so, they were both really complicated. Surprisingly performant systems for their era. PS2, can it run Crysis? I don't know. You might be able to get a PS2 to run Crysis. It wouldn't look as good. I don't know if you'd get an acceptable frame rate out of it. I don't know if you could fit it into memory. I have no idea. I think it's possible, though. Vaguely possible. Well, the PS3 also had a kind of... It had sort of a weird architecture, but it was actually like overbuilt in a way. Back when the PS3 was introduced, it was actually surprisingly capable. So people were buying PS3s and building supercomputing clusters out of them because they were being sold at a loss for what like level of performance they had. Craziness. I've never played 14 on PS3 because the Final Fantasy 14 licensing is weird, and I have it on like PC. So you'd have to get like a separate game license for it, and I'm not about to buy licenses for a ton of different platforms. That would be excessive. Game Shark. Dump cartridges. E. 'Cause that's not illegally dubious in any way. Totally not. Nope, they don't put some random nonsense in the cartridge that makes you need the cartridge. Or else. Certainly help that they don't put like some sneaky code in there. That will like brick your system. Should it find you copying data? You never know what they're up to. Never know what they are up to. Karog. Still do it. Persist. Float 32. $5.89. $5.89. Deserialize any. Deserialize any. What do you do with this? Visit. F32. Visit the F32. That's coming out. Borrow is mutable. itself, 293. I don't care if it's warning. It's fine. Still error. When you error, use struct literal syntax. New missing state block. VM 1306. Which one? 8192. And then, what am I? I'm guessing it's new. Can we derive a default? I don't even know why I put this block in here. No idea. Think too soon about what I'm doing. Tapes of song on radio. I don't know if I ever heard a whole lot on the radio that I was terribly interested in. I mean, it's almost always been like stuff that I liked wasn't on the radio. I have to find it elsewhere. I'm gonna go out to this thing. Build. The dial. I don't know. I think dial-up kind of exists. Has existed for a long time. It's just not a technology that a whole lot of people were exposed to. Like, dial-up was kind of... I think it's kind of like 70s era technology that existed well into the 90s or something. And at least to some extent, it still vaguely exists in certain areas even today. Go figure. It's significantly more uncommon nowadays. But like, it probably still exists somewhere. But the fact that it was around for like 30 plus years kind of somewhat speaks to the fact that it's sort of, it's been around. It's just not like something you probably have encountered a ton. Because nobody liked this. For like modern computing, it was very inadequate. Like, the whole reason dial-up was created in the first place was so that teletypes could talk to each other over phone systems. Barely anyone uses teletypes. Teletype is kind of a niche. And you have like advanced data terminals, and then like advanced data terminals use more sophisticated protocols, so they required better modulation, and then like it's kind of whatever. Set up a fax machine. You get cell phone, and you take a picture of your fax, and then you email them to a fax service, because I can guarantee you in this day and age that nobody is using fax machines on the regular. If you actually wanted to use one, though, you'd have to get, like, phone service, get a good quality fax box, like something that turns SIP calls into fax, or, what's it called? Analog? Can't be one of those crazy, weird, cheap ones. It has to be like a very specific kind. Then you can plug fax machines into this and use them with somewhat modern technology. You can also emulate fax machines. There is software that will do the like fax encoding, turn it into sound, send it over like a VoIP without even having it become analog. Until it hits whatever kind of thing is on the other end, which may or may not be another SIP to analog fax converter. To be absolutely sure, it's an inconvenient thing to set up, but it's still sort of like a vaguely doable. Using a dial-up modem to send fax requires you have to send it like special commands that stick it into fax mode. Then you have to send it other special commands that like make it emit fax data. And I don't know if the software stack for this was like really all that well done. I think you can sort of do fax with a cell phone if you have the right kind of application for it. Um, I don't know if it will actually do it by like audio encoding or not because I never looked into that. TheHumbleFacts.com. I don't know. This sounds a little bit like a thing. Do you really want to be sending all of your fax data through some crazy third-party website? Because for as insecure as the fax system is, I'd prefer to minimize the number of elements that like you send the fax through. Like for real? The telephone system getting shut down. No more analog for you. Technically, if you really wanted to, you could dial up over VoIP. As cursed as this would be, you have to get a codec, a box. You have to get a special kind of box that doesn't like completely mangle your signal on the way in and out. Most consumer VoIP devices are built on like this sort of like de facto standard chipset from like the 90s or something. And it's like terrible at the conversion. And it's not necessarily even like a codec issue, although that is certainly something that will constrain the signal. So you have to get like the right kind of VoIP converter. Something rare. Something that won't mangle the signal. And then you can get the dial-up over it. But for sure, finding the right kind of converter box is kind of like the chore. And it's not an easy one. Definitely something that is complicated. I contemplated trying to like hook up dial-up modems to like sound cards and see if I could get them to talk over like, I don't know, something like Discord, for example. This is an experiment that I want to try. But it requires like the right kind of like capture audio interface type thing, which is difficult to do because the POTS lines are, they're like balanced DC with like the audio signal modulated on top of them, and this requires like some special analog shenanigans to get the waveform to not like, I don't know, disrupt things. And it's not like regular, it's not like super low voltage either. It's like 48 volts or something. Or was it 24? I don't remember. It was pretty intense though. Technically low voltage, but still like non-trivial amount. Dial-up modems trying to negotiate over VoIP. Nuts to this. I'm out. I have one of those like super cheap VoIP boxes somewhere. I can't remember if I tried to send dial-up over it or not because I don't think I have a pair of modems. I think I only have like one modem. It used to be that I hooked this thing up to a like open source PBX running asterisk. This kind of thing. Technically low voltage. Label you found on shady electrical appliance. Web forms. Don't get me started on web forms and how they're built largely around the jank that is USA addresses. Not E. A lot of web forms, they don't really know how other country postal systems work. So they're built heavily on the like US paradigm. Nobody knows how to do international like addresses, or they just don't want to. So they make like a terrible form that only accepts like US postal codes. Not even the full US postal codes, like the truncated 5-digit ones. And you may or may not get lucky with whether or not they support apartment numbers. Most don't, unless they're decent. US postal codes are supposed to be 9 digits. And nobody puts the last 4 digits. Because they're like, rest of the address, good enough. I used to remember, like, my plus 4-digit thing. I still have it written somewhere. I don't know. I don't usually have to put my address into anything, though. But yeah, because they're built for, like, US postal codes, which are purely numeric, try sticking out... Try sticking, like, foreign postcodes in there with letters. This stuff falls over. Doesn't know how to deal with this. Kinda out of luck. Unless they have, like, a dedicated international address option. You don't get a whole lot from it. The landline system is kind of archaic. But if you think about it, the entirety of the phone system is kind of archaic. Like, have you ever wondered how international calling still manages to work? It's not pretty. Or how cell phones manage to work internationally? It's not pretty. It's full of holes. It's full of possible exploits and security implications that would make researchers cringe. It's hexagons. Hexagons all the way down. I think you'd have better luck trying to get internet service. Than like the horrors that are like international call routing. Just like, nope. Nope. I'm glad that I do not work in telecommunications because that entire industry sounds like the most awful thing to work in. Absolutely ridiculous. Keeping your number? Keeping your number? This is some awfulness. You have like these routing tables of phone numbers. So depending on like how you got your number, you have to like route it through this crazy phone number routing service. It's kind of like a whole crazy thing. I don't entirely remember all the aspects behind it, but it's a hassle. Also, another crazy thing is like internet service on cell phones, like over the cellular. You'd think like, okay, you have an IP address, right? Wrong. You have like multiple addresses. Your cell phone creates like a VPN link to some sort of like internet address concentrator, and the internet address concentrator has addresses that it like pools to various phones, and it does like address translation, and roaming migration is handled by like your VPN switching towers or whatever. So because your connection is technically terminated by this crazy like box in a telecom data center somewhere, you're able to like roam between towers, and it's all sort of just seamless to you, the end user. But a whole lot goes into like renegotiating your signal, renegotiating how your VPN connects back to this tower thing, migrating your like packet reply path, making sure you're like properly authenticated is something towers do constantly. This is actually what the SIM card is for. It's got like an encryption key in it. The tower has to tell you to like generate a encryption token. So your baseband thing talks to the SIM card. It does its little encryption dance inside of the SIM card. And it spits out some numbers back to the modem. All without the software on the phone actually knowing what it's doing. Very highly elaborate. Very extremely complicated. Also, as another aside, same kind of like SIM card technology is also kind of the same thing that you can find in credit cards. They're very extremely similar. If not the same, in terms of like physical interface. Obviously, they don't work together, but like they accomplish the same things. Like your credit card has a little tiny CPU in it. Every time you plug them into the card reader, it powers up this little CPU. The little CPU reads its internal memory. It gets like an encrypted stream from the card reader. Does a little encryption dance. Spits out an encrypted reply. Which, more often than not, is like it's either encrypted end to end with the provider, or at the very least with the card reader. We're just used to like do a whole bunch of stuff. Also, beware tracking. The cell phones know when you are carrying the device, like walking around with it, as opposed to having it sit somewhere. They can detect this. Your cell phones constantly can track your position to an extremely high precision, thanks to like atomic clocks in the cell towers, which are like, I don't know. I think there's like cryogenic cooling systems on cell towers for like stability or something of these detection systems. And the radio controller or whatever. Like, cell towers are incredibly sophisticated. And they have an extreme level of, like, precision equipment on them. And they use this to, like, get highly accurate local positions of the devices. Like, I think it's something crazy, like centimeter accuracy, almost. Or at the very least, like, it can track your position within, I think within the meter, maybe 10 centimeter, I think. I don't remember what it was. It was some crazy accurate, precise, like, tracking precision or something. And this is all without the use of like your phone even having GPS capability. It's just purely on the cellular signaler. Cellular signaler. They don't even need GPS. It's just they can triangulate very precisely. Gotta plan everything. Gotta plan everything. Oh, another thing about planning be like cellular towers. Before you can put cellular towers up, um, you have to like go through like this very long approval process with like 2 or 3 different agencies. So adding new towers is like really super involved. Requiring like tons of planning in advance, tons of like coordination. Very highly elaborate. Tracking sensors. Tracky sensors. So there was like a piece of equipment from, what's it called? 6th Sense, called the Razor Hydra, which is like this wireless positional tracking thing with a super high precision, and it used like local magnetic field sensing. And I was like, this sounds awesome. So I got one of these things. And I used to use it for hand tracking in VR. And apart from like a couple of random initial like calibration glitches every so often, like the tracking was very precise. As long as you didn't have anything metallic around, it was fairly positionally accurate. And it was not dependent on like line of sight, because it's magnetic wave. So like these things, these would work sort of wherever. Very, very difficult for them to like lose tracking capability. balance, sound, sound balance. I don't know about sound. I don't know if I'd want to mess with sound. Like, technically, you could use sound for, like, positional tracking. Kind of awkward, though. Yeah, it doesn't do fingers because this was like, I don't know, this was very much prior to the era of VR when this thing was introduced. So nobody thought about doing finger tracking. Or maybe they did and thought it would be like not part of the use case. Although, I don't know why you couldn't just like pry these things open, tape them to finger tracking things. From an engineering perspective, it would be doable, although I'm not certain that I would want to try and make this a reality or not. Not knowing much about, like, the actual theory of operation behind it. I did open these things up once, and it was like sending analog signals over, like, the cabling, so I'm like, I don't know if I could reverse engineer that. I was tempted to, though. Because I was like, I want positional tracking, but I'd really like if it was wireless. I never opened up the base station to try and research where the signal went. I'm guessing it's probably some sort of time-based thing. Or something to do with phase. Actually, that would be sort of an interesting way of calculating position. Be like a wave phase, depending on a frequency. Hello and welcome to Panka time. I've gotten very carried away with this conversation. Clearly. Yeah. Talking about frequencies. What are we looking at? This is an emulator that I have been like adding features to. And it lets members of the chat, theoretically, interact with the stream by like running little programs. It's been something that's been a part of my stream for well over a year. It's gotten some use sometimes. It's a little difficult to get into though. But I have been writing this thing. and I've been adding features to it. We have goats. You're a goat. Bah. So there's an interactive element to where individual viewers can write programs for it. And then I am writing like the actual implementation of the virtual machine that runs the code. Like the programs that you write for it are in like this esoteric assembly language. And then this is an emulator for the esoteric assembly language. And then, depending on how the programs poke at memory, it's capable of controlling like these like colorful pixels, such as the ones up at the top of the screen, or these little triangular spaceships, which can be flown around. This is Rust. Emulator is written in Rust. The specification for this thing is like a 16-bit RISC-like assembly language with like vector processing paradigms. It's not really dual threaded. Kind of how this works is that every member of chat gets like a little slice of memory and a little slice of like process time. Kind of like a thread. It's not a real thread, but it kind of has the same sort of behavior as what most people might think of as like a thread or like a process or like a program. So you get your own like memory. And then like the virtual machine does like time sharing between all of the different processes. But the fun part is that there's an area in memory that all of the processes can share. And this shared block of memory is rendered on the stream as like colored pixels. Which is what this colorful gradient up here at the top of the screen is. This is like, there's like a program that I wrote and it's running and it's filling memory up constantly. So if I do command in the chat, then it will like print out this debug information with the state of the program and like disassembly of the program. And this thing is just running in a circle, constantly messing with memory. Changing the color of all pixels very, very slowly. Everybody got the capability of like writing their own programs. In practice, though, I think it's not the most approachable thing. Like, I've only had a few different people try to make programs for it. And there's always a bit of a learning curve because it's such a weird machine. And this is kind of like okay in my opinion. Like, not everyone is going to want to interact with the thing. It's complicated. It's very complicated. Like, it's not overly complicated, but it is complicated enough to where the casual viewer is probably not going to try and write programs for it. A very old pizza. I could use some pizza. I don't have any pizza. I think if you try to tell an AI to write code for this thing, I don't know if it would accomplish it. I think it would fall over, try and be like, what the hell is this? Put the instructions? It's not just the instructions, you'd also have to feed the entire specification to like whatever kind of AI. And then cross your fingers and hope that it like knows what the hell it's doing. Because I don't think it will. I don't think it. I don't. I don't know if it will figure it out. Like the other thing here is that the specification itself is kind of complicated. Like it's got some layers to it. So you might get lucky if you can get it to spit out maybe like the textual version of the assembly language. Um, but like I don't exactly have high hopes of the what's it called? I don't know if the AI would be able to spit out the actual hex codes. I do not have very good faith in the AI apparently. But also like it's gonna have a hard time because it's not a conventional assembly language. It's esoteric. It's like vector assembly language. So you got this weird assembly language that no one's ever heard of for a weird machine with a non-standard like memory layout and some slightly non-conventional specifications. And then you'd have to convince an AI to spit out hexadecimal codes. I mean, technically, there is like a higher level language. There is a text flavor of assembly. So there's you can write it in like text and then assemble it to hexadecimal. And like some of this can get like kind of complicated. Sort of. Kind of, sort of. BIOS splash screen. Activate. Neon cat. Ooh, BIOS splash screens are typically not animated, by the way. That would be very extremely complicated. Hello there. Welcome. Kind of missed part of my explanation. Working on like Stream Gizmo. A little bit. I'm more of just talking about it, more than actually working on it. Apparently we are being melted. I am become digitized, apparently. E. The bitmap. I'm sure you could get BIOS code to spit out just about anything. As long as you like format it or put code in to convert it. But generally, typically, it's just a bitmap. The eyes are a little freaky. The eyes are very highly freaky. Yeah, this is like a virtual machine that like viewers, chat members can like send very special code to, and I can mess with the stream using it. This is unrelated to the nonsense happening to my like a VTuber avatar, though. Very e. Those are just run of the mill Twitch things. I feel like I need to add the sound effect at this rate. Become Mesaka. Digitized Mesaka. Very truly. This is the May VM2 repository, which is what you get if you like run the help command even. It direct links you to like the text file in the repository, which I don't know if it's been updated or not. But this is like the text file that I had open here. Tells you how to use the CPU. Tells you what the memory map looks like. Doesn't have all this new stuff saved yet. Tells you how the memory looks. How the display thingy works. List of all the instructions in this very sort of compactified flavor. This is like a summary of the instruction set, and then down here there's a representation of them. I don't know if it's as easy to read. Probably not. Doesn't really have the textual conventions though. Like it sort of covers them a little bit up here, a little bit down here. But there's also like just straight up an assembler that turns the instructions, which I did not write this assembler. But I am thankful that it exists all the same. But it takes assembly code that looks not too dissimilar from the actual instruction description. And it turns it into the hex codes. And then you can like paste the hex codes, and if you got it right, then it might do something, or it might not. Who knows? More often than not, I don't think anyone ever has gotten it correct on their first try. Because there is, as I say, a learning curve. Because you have to recognize the fact that, like, I don't know, you have to learn, like, what order to put the registers in if you're writing in hexadecimal. Or you have to, like, figure out how to, like, put addresses into the appropriate registers. Or you have to figure out how to put data into the appropriate registers. So that you can then, like, try to store the data into the memory. And then it also kind of takes people a little while to figure out how to like do jump, branch, loop, these things. These are features that it does technically support, but you do them in a way that's like not apparent. Size. Never enough size. The hexadecimal code, if you want to feed it programs, you kind of have to, like, you have to actually, like, put multiples of 4 hexadecimal digits, because it applies a natural textual compression. So the input is just like a stream of hexadecimal digits, And you have to give it the right amount of them. There's also like, what's it called? There's like compression algorithms that you can sort of apply to the input. It's very rudimentary. Oh, for the BIOS stuff? Um, I think you just have to like shove like memory, shove stuff at a certain address. Um, as far as like the actual like display of things go, there's a copy of the image usually stored in the BIOS. Probably has a bitmap. And then it's usually copied into the frame buffer at startup. So in theory, you could like copy a bunch of stuff. As far as I know, it's not necessarily even a bitmap. I mean, it could be. I don't really know. It may or may not include bitmap stuff. Because I think that some of them have variable sizes. And then, like, the loader algorithm will, like, size and position the bitmap. So it might include the size as well as the blocks of data. I don't remember. BIOS is kind of like very specific. Very, very particular, usually very, very proprietary. Each BIOS is probably going to do something different. Some of them might do the same thing. I don't know. There is a certain level of customizability to the BIOS, though, so I don't know. I don't know. I've never tried to do this. I've never had an interest in trying to do this. I just know that it's kind of customizable because they make it so that OEMs can put logos and stuff into it. And all of this stuff is kind of jank. If OEMs can do it, I'm sure you can do it. Is this song on loop? Yeah? Yeah. Also, I'm probably gonna be wait a little bit longer than sort of expected. We're gonna put this back up here. Not the stretching. Yes, I actually get up to do stretching. I get up, I walk around a little bit, I do some various stretches. Sometimes I grab snacks. Probably not now, though. So, we're not doing food, because I am not really all that hungry. I don't know why, though, but like, I don't know. Toasty bread. Toasty bread. I don't know if I can eat bread right now. Like, we're probably just gonna be like done with the stream after I finish this stretch. Cause yeah, it's getting to be about that time where I am reaching like a bedtime. Culling the ducks is difficult. I don't know, we could click on individual ones, but like, this is sort of difficult. Or we could give them names. Winding down. I don't know, stretch is kind of an idea. For winding down. I don't know if this is a good one. I could toss all the ducks. Start whacking them with stuff. Collateral damage. I so very much do not stretch enough. E. Template. Insert template. I've done about as much stretching as I'm gonna actually want to do, but without being, I always say, abnormally tired or whatever. No stretching the space-time. No time continuum needs to be stretching. Speaking of time continuums that have been stretched, yeah. 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 I don't know if I've ever thrown out my back stretching. I don't necessarily think that I'd like... I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily want to either. How many of these are there? There are 96. That's gonna be like some sort of record. How many can we delete? How many times is like the... I can't even click on some of these. I can't click. Some of these, it broken. This is why we take the, like, the nuclear option half the time. The nuclear option. We just grab physics prompt and boink all of them. The battle. We could make them battle. Turn on RPG mode. Enable combat. Agitate the corners. Core boot. I don't remember what the thing with core boot was. We have casualties. Very E. Very E. Getting most of the ducks off of the bottom of the pool is going to be difficult. I have to just click on those. Deletes them. Yeet. Not yeet. Who's down here? Rocks DB from wherever I typed that in. Control O. Refill is on the bottom of the pool. Astatine is down here. E. More agitation. Duck equilibrium. No, it does not. It will not do until we have emptied the entire pool. Which, I think we're gonna get rid of these, like, unnamed ones somehow. Through vigorous attacking. Now we have Jane Van Neumann. And Mesaka. Mesaka is the real duck that wins. Clearly. Culling. All of them. All of them. Not quite what we had in mind. Well, it's what I had in mind. And as always, I think it's a pretty good way to, like, to go out, I guess. We're gonna close that. Kill Steam here. Make sure everything is safe. Gotta have everything safe. Why is this video file not videoing? Broke it somehow. E. Gotta have duck. Sometimes you just gotta have duck. Sometimes video overlay gets replaced with a video file. Probably. What do we want here? Now, we got end is approaching. Ending about now. Ending soon? Question mark? One of these three things? All of these things? Quantum? 24 hours? That would definitely mess up my sleep. I tried that at the beginning of the year. And it messed up my sleep for a month. At least. So, yeah. We're on the way out, I think, for now. Deep sleeping stream is not of too much interest. I got quite a bit on the, like, specification side today. Done, sort of, kinda. A little bit. We got some of the synchronization stuff, but I have not yet tested that. I don't know, maybe I'll test this tomorrow. when the stream is not running. Sure, I will run into an opportunity for us. For now, though, it's gonna be bye-bye for now. Take care. If you are looking for the next stream, it's gonna start on Tuesday evening, Tuesday night, Monday morning, depending on time zone. Or whatever day comes after Tuesday. I don't remember. Wednesday? Kayobi? Suyobi? Hi. These sorts of things. Other than that, thank you much all for watching. As always, greatly appreciate it. And bye-bye for now. Take care much. I know I will. Try to. Let's face it, I'm probably gonna sleep after this. Run slightly into my sleep time. Can we time it so the song ends?